All right, we're here. Welcome back to Saturday Night Shoot the Breeze. I am your host, Koku. Just want to jump on and give you guys a preview of what's happening tonight. I see we got Kevin Carre 42 already in the chat saying greetings. Thanks for coming through. I'm going to drop the link in a second for anyone who wants to join the platform. I'll drop the link in a minute. Just to let you guys know what we're discussing tonight, we are discussing the current administration's inroads for the diaspora. For example, choice for Supreme Court Justice, immigration, Vice President Kamala Harris, etc. We will be discussing what folks are doing, what some of you guys are doing in the community to enrich the lives of people in the diaspora. So we're going to talk about some of the things you guys, the listeners, are doing in your localities. So we're going to be discussing an African that few people talk about. We're asking the question, how come so few people know who this man is? We're going to be talking about a regular civilian not getting jail time when Cosby did get jail time. We're going to be talking about the programming that occurs in television. We're going to use the example of Thundercats. Remember the old cartoon Thundercats? We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about why Pan-Africanism is growing stronger by the day. We're going to talk about the importance of owning your own stuff. We're going to talk about the danger of a colonial mentality on the minds of African people. We're going to talk about one of Seun Kuti's son and how the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. And lastly, we're going to talk about how Nigeria and Senegal banned her citizens from fighting in the Ukraine. I want to thank all you guys who are tuned in and those of you who will be tuning in. We're going to start the show now. And on the other side, we will begin with topic number 1 for tonight.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now, your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. I see we have some other folks who came in. Mr. Untouchable is here having a smoke. He'll be along soon. Daily Affirmations by Pauline says, good evening. Janelle says good evening as well. And the Harsh Ali podcast is here saying good evening, fam. Appreciate all you guys who tuned in tonight. I'm going to post the first topic for tonight. As I do that, let me put my headphones on. As I do that, let me welcome Kevin Carre 42 to the panel. Kevin Carre, how are you two?
Greetings. I'm very good. Looking forward to the show.
Good to hear. Good to hear that. Yeah, we are about to get into this first topic for tonight. Let me just organize some stuff here. All right. First topic for tonight is our thoughts on the current administration's inroads for the diaspora. For example, choice for the Supreme Court Justice, immigration, Vice President Kamala Harris, etc. I just want to say this quickly. Anyone can join the panel. All I ask is that you be aware of the time, because I start at 8. First topic goes up within a few minutes. Kevin Carre, what are your thoughts on the current administration's inroads for the diaspora?
I don't really think much of them. As I said, this new choice for Supreme Court Justice is a way of appeasing the black anger towards the Biden administration. Mm-hmm. She's nothing more than a female version of Clarence Thomas. They vet these people long before. Who knows? She looks like she has a freaking European mindset. That can't be. This. I'm just tired of this administration. That's all I can say.
So, Kevin Carre, are you familiar with her history in terms of what she's done? What's her track record? Because I'll be honest with you, I don't pay attention to U.S. politics that heavily in terms of the administration and their choices and all that stuff, because I already know that their choices for these positions is going to be some bullshit anyway. They're not going to choose someone who is going to look out for, shepherd for their people. Is going to be some sellout type person. So are you familiar with her track record?
Not really, but I trust nothing from this administration. As I said, when these people choose for you, it's not a good thing.
I agree with that. The prompt seems to suggest that it's a good thing, or that it's it's a well-meaning thing by the current administration. In your opinion, why is it folks don't get the understanding that these administrations, this U.S. administration, really doesn't care for black folks? They're not going to do anything significant for black people.
Well, when you've been invested in this political party so long, it's like when you're at the gambling table, you're losing so much money, but your pride is getting to you. Like, you know what? Let me keep going. That's just my opinion on things. But what I'm proud of is the young. They're questioning these people, and I like where the future's going to go. Okay.
Let's welcome in Mr. Untouchable. What you saying, Mr. Untouchable?
We say everything good, man. Respect to the panel, respect to everyone.
Yes.
And I
was
greeting. That bad habit out of the way.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right.
Yeah.
In the chat, KW7 says prompt number 1, window dressing symbolism. Most of these choices are anti-black. They are also married to Urugu. That's the first thing too. Kevin Carre and I didn't bring that up, but most of these black women that you see them putting forward are black women who are married to white men. They already they're showing their priorities. Again, love and all that stuff is about priorities. They're showing their priorities are not with blackness. Mr. Untouchable, the first prompt is talking about the current U.S. administration's choices of Supreme Court Justice, their choices on immigration, Vice President Kamala Harris, etc. What are your thoughts on the current administration's inroads for the diaspora?
Briefly, I wanted to respond to just briefly, Coco. I want to respond to that initial comment that you made as far as the women being married to essentially white men. You know,
Yes.
I just it's just the women, the young women nowadays, they coined the phrase this divestment movement. You know, they kind of divesting themselves away from black men, and I find that a lot of these so-called sophisticated black women, when you find out who their partners are, it's like, oh, so and that policies kind of like formulating line with who their partners are. So I don't find it surprising when we have a Supreme Court justice or a Oprah Winfrey, or even though she's not with a so-called formal black man, she's with a black man who is questionable. Let me put it like that.
Yeah, cuckolded.
Yeah, man. You know, so a lot of these sophisticated women, for some reason, I find that they have integrationist ideas in their minds. So it's just along the lines of the same kind of thinking. You know, it's not gonna. I don't see a big change coming with just one Supreme Court justice, because right now the Supreme Court is filled with, you know, right wing conservatives. So even if she gets a vote, that's just really one vote among many. So I don't champion her. I didn't really look into her politics, because I'm like you know, I'm so disgusted. But let me leave that. But I don't think there's gonna be any big changes because she's sitting on the bench. You know?
What were your thoughts? I'll start with you, Mr. Untouchable.
Sure.
What were your thoughts when you saw Kamala Harris was selected by Biden?
Every time I see Kamala Harris, I am reminded of her father. Okay, and she seemingly likes to try to sweep him under the rug. And I remember an interview she did with the Breakfast Club when she was suggesting that, well, you know, she smoked weed because she was Jamaican. She insinuated it.
Yeah.
And his response is, because he's an intellectual guy, you know, I think that he's some kind of PhD economist, and he's been a teacher for many years. I think that's where she really get her intellectual prowess from. But he wanted to distance himself away from that comment, his family away from that comment. He seemed to be like a no-nonsense dude. But Kamala Harris' track record, I mean, she has a terrible track record, man. I mean, besides being with some guy named Willie Brown, some shit like that, she was just doing some dastardly things when she was the attorney in California. So I really don't have I don't know, man. She just a face in the middle of the patch who trying to be accepted and acceptable to white America. And even though she have these liberal fantasies, she's remind me of, there was this lady in the movie Django, Calvin Candy. It was Calvin Candy's girlfriend. I think he used to call her Sheba. She is a modern day Sheba. That's what I think. When I think about her, I think about Sheba. You know.
And before I welcome D Web and go to Kevin Carre, daily affirmation by Pauline in the chat says, I believe they didn't do enough for immigration, especially those that are already here from the African diaspora. So many immigrants thought there would be a massive amnesty, but nothing. I'll say this. So-called immigrants should have known better, because Kamala said straight up, don't come. There's video of this where she says, don't come. I think it might have been just when the Haitian thing at the border happened. She said, don't come. So what else do you expect from these folks? Kevin Carre, what say you to this notion? Well, how did you feel when you saw Kamala Harris was chosen by Biden?
All I saw was, oh, okay, that if you don't vote for me, I ain't black, ain't working. You know what? Let me get this questionable black women to run. You know, those black women will vote for her. Just like we want them to be like Obama. You know, they're gonna come out in droves to get. That's all she is. She's nothing more than a smokescreen. I mean, look how she embarrassed herself this week in Poland.
What did she do? You gotta.
They were asking her questions about Ukraine, and she was like on the mic just cackling and laughing. It was kind of cringy and embarrassing.
I saw a video before where she was explaining the Ukraine-Russian situation, and that was embarrassing. Like, she didn't know where to begin. She didn't know what to say. Let's welcome in D-Web. D-Web, you see the first prompt. What are your thoughts?
If you follow me on any social media, you know how I feel. I recall back to when the pick first happened. And, you know, I put some things on Facebook, and I had people all in, oh my God, you know, because I know a track record, you know, I do my research, you know, I know she was doing in California, you know what I'm saying? Very questionable record, you know what I'm saying? It's funny because who was the dude to the Treasury appointee that under Trump, it's escaping my name, that banker guy, she failed to prosecute him. So it's like, I was seeing like she's in bed with all these like big money people. Also, you know, just the way she was you know, trying to lock up truant single mothers who had truant childs, and you know, she kept people on death. Her track record is atrocious in California. And then it's like, what is your international experience? What is actually your political experience? She didn't have any. Like, it was like what are you cheering here? You know what I'm saying? And I already knew it was a token type pick. You know what I'm saying? They was trying to, like I said, trying to get that black vote. But at the same time, she puts on this the most like unauthentic sister girl act, where if you actually are from the hood, if you know black women in general, it's just, you can just see. And we talked about it on one episode of the Harsh Reality podcast. It's like you can see the act. It's like a modern day blackface to me. You know, she's wagging her fingers. But she only does that with certain demographics. Mm-hmm. You know, she'll give a black man the mother act, right? But she'll probably be quiet as a church mouse when she's over there in Poland, you know, getting preached to. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So to me, you all know how I feel, man. I just was, this is a terrible pick. And to me, like when you announce like, oh, we're finna pick a woman of color, you know, or you finna pick this, to me, these things are insulting and should be insulting to most people. You know, you're not telling me you pick me because I'm the most qualified or the most capable or things like that. You specifically telling me you pick me because I'm melanated and got a vagina. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, I might not have been in the running. So to me, I don't even understand how people see this as any kind of victory when she was chosen. It was crazy to me.
People's analysis of situations is pretty shallow. That's really what they that's what they bank on. They bank on the shallow analysis. People will be like, "Oh, it's a black woman. Sure, I'm down with that." Especially black women will be down with a black woman. They don't care what the track record is. And then you had this guy, what's his name, Eric Dyson, whatever his name is, out here talking about, don't be upset if she chose white because brothers, he doesn't even know the backstory of why she's with a white man. But immediately they send him out there to shit on black fellas, to pretend that black guys passed these black women up and white guys loved up on them, you know. And this is a so-called pastor too, by the way. Let's welcome in Gas Them Up. Gas Them Up was here last week, did a great job on the panel. Gas Them Up, how are you this week?
Greetings to the whole family on the panel. Hope you guys are well.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, greetings.
Gas Them Up, what say you to this prompt? What are your thoughts on the current U.S. administration's inroads for the diaspora? For example, choice for the Supreme Court Justice, immigration policy, Vice President Kamala Harris, etc., etc., etc.
I mean, honestly, at this stage, I want to hear what a black woman has to say about these things, right? You know, the only thing I will touch on is what you just said about them coming to defend her and say why she would, you know, not with a brother or the brother's passed up. I will say this, and at this stage of my life, I've been telling, and I hope not to hurt any feelings, but I've been telling black women this for years, for the last 5-6 years. Listen, look, if black men are no good, if we're not what you need, then go get a white guy. Leave us alone. Stop talking about us, you know, like Nicki Minaj. Stop making videos about us. Stay away from us. We no good. I agree. We ain't shit. No problem. Excuse me for cursing.
Yeah.
Just stay away from us. Stop coming to us to ask for things that we can't obviously deliver on. The grass is greener on the other side. go. And you got to see the look on their faces when you start talking to them like that. It's a whole different look. So you know, as I said, I don't. I'm done speaking on. I mean, you guys saw the debate? What's that lady's name? Gabby Tulsa, whatever her name is. The
Tulsa,
lady.
yeah.
Yeah, well, she literally destroyed her on the debate floor when they were running. He said this lady is nothing, and you heard nothing from black women. Nothing. It was silent. So I want to hear. Hopefully, there's some black women in the chat who could call in. I want to hear what you guys have to say and what you guys are doing, because in my opinion, in African culture, men, we're not supposed to. We can voice our opinion about women, but we don't speak for women. So I want to hear where are these black women who have the understanding. Where's y'all voices, man? Come out and call these women out. Say, look, we don't rock with you guys. You no good for us. But they're nowhere to be found. It's always us men, and we look like the bad guys. I want to hear more women.
Right. Yeah, but and speaking of that, what Gas Them Up just said, I put this out there last week, and it's something I'm focusing on more too. I want to see more women involved with the live stream here, especially Shoot the Breeze, because these topics that we're talking about deserves to get the input of, you know, conscious women who know what's going on. We need to hear from you guys too, because that's a big problem with the divest stuff. The problem is a lot of black women are on this, well, you go, girl. You got you a good, and a lot of that stuff has to do with that religious stuff too. You got you a man, good for you, but there's a deeper issue to that too. I agree with Gas Them Up. Listen, if you want to go to the other side, go ahead and go to the other side. Don't come back on this side when you get choked out, stamped out, or killed. You understand? But like Gas Them Up is saying, it's true. Where are the women who are saying, listen, sister, that's not the way to go. Listen, we can't pump our fists for these little symbolisms. Here's a black woman who has no priorities for black men and black society. She made her choice, and that's why they're trying to choose up on her. In the chat, Coach Pete says Kamala draws to her mother's side, not her Caribbean side.
And not to cut you off, brother, I'll say this again, just further proof, and that's why I stopped speaking, especially in public with this, because I always give this example, right? You go to a barbershop, generally speaking, there's some, typically, I'm not saying all, but there's general male banter in a barbershop. But as soon as there's a woman who comes with her child, most of the time, that type of conversation will cease. You know, fellas will behave themselves in the presence of the woman.
Yep.
And even in that same male barbershop around the world, especially in America, I don't know about other places, but I've been East Coast, down South. Let's say I'm in the barbershop and all of us are men here, and I was in the barbershop and said, yeah, man, you know, last week, man, my girl, the chicken was cold, so I beat that bitch ass. Again, excuse me for cursing. Or I kicked my daughter in the chest and punched my son in the eye. Somebody might even get physical with me. Like, what's wrong with you, man?
Yep.
They would call me out like, you crazy, you need help. But a woman will be at the beauty salon. I took my man child support, I'm destroying his life. They will say all kind of evil things they doing, and not one woman will say a word. You go to the prison system, you better not even get an accusation. Even if it's a wrong accusation, you did anything to a woman or a child. The men will be on your neck. But a woman will be in prison, she didn't kill her whole kid, killed the husband, and they'll give her a hug. Oh, just be sympathized. So again, at what point do I take these people serious? You know, until black women call out other black women, that's the other half of the equation. And I hate to, divert the topic. They have to, the sisters who are in the chats who talk, they got to be strong and stand up and say, you know what? This is how we want our community to look. And if you out there not raising your kid right, destroying your man like Kamala Harris, withholding information that could free black men, man, we don't rock with you, and don't use that vagina stuff. That don't mean anything. You ain't down with us. And I don't hear those women talk like that. And I hope a woman's in the chat or a woman could call in I want to hear why y'all don't do that. Is it fear? Is it a sisterhood thing? Because men will quickly throw each other under the bus. I don't know.
I agree. In the chat, KW7 said the Supreme Court is locked in at 6-3. This nominee will not sway the court. Coach Pete says, to me, you are speaking the truth. He says, welcome, my brother, to gas him up. KW7 said the destruction of black civilization by Chancellor Williams laid out what Obama and now Harris would do for Africans in America. Yeah, I just want to touch on that thing that but what Coach Pete said earlier too. That lady, Kamala, I mean, she's really not black. Like, black folks get this thing mixed up. Her father's Jamaican, but this dude is an Indian, right? Some from a family that held slaves and all this kind of stuff, and the mom was a straight up Indian, East Indian, you know. So we gotta stop looking. I think D Webb says this all the time. We gotta stop looking just at the percent melanin or the skin color, and we gotta start looking at histories. I read a paper, I think it was earlier this week, where we got to unite around, like, it's a Pan-African manifesto. We got to unite around our common histories and not just skin color, because Kamala Harris doesn't represent us, and she doesn't represent black women for that matter until black women start caping for her.
With the brother, she specifically said that she's not going to do anything. She said in an interview, like, I can't do anything for just black people. That's one thing I tell a lot of these people that, that's riding the, FBA out, not to get off the topic, but they big thing is reparations, right? Yo, you can't get 60% of a black Americans degree to nothing in life, period. But up to 66 to 75% of Americans agree that black Americans shouldn't receive any kind of cash payments.
Yep.
It is literally political suicide to say it. That's why nobody even says it. You had multiple black people come in, the squad who loves you so much have said it. So it just shows the temperature in America, yo. It is unpopular, vastly unpopular to say you're going to do anything outside of symbolism for black folks, period. They hate it. And so that's just why I would throw that out there, man.
Yeah, I appreciate that, D-Web. Any last words from anyone on this prompt, or else we'll move on to Shoot the Breeze topic number 2. All right. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 tonight. Good discussion, guys, on that one. Like I said, I'm posting the invite link. You don't need any extra software. You don't need anything extra. You could join from your phone. You can join the panel, especially ladies. I know Lero said she was going to be in the room tonight. You guys could join in. We'd like to hear your input as well. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 is, would anyone care to share what they are doing to enrich the lives of the diaspora in their local communities? For example, youth, elderly, teaching, mentoring, training, etc., etc. Kevin Carey, I'm going to start with you this time.
Well, as I always say, I started my own publications. I am my own publisher. So my images are geared towards the upliftment of the black community. You've seen my work in books, and I'm starting a couple of magazines. We just gotta put our images out there and not allow outsiders to control our images.
Gas them up. What about you?
Well, I'm in the process right now of trying to put together, some sort of community investment project where people from all over the world can come to, because I'm based out there in Nigeria, can come to Nigeria if you want to invest, especially now, and invest early. You can get land, get into farming. Part of the issue is you would have to partner with a local Nigerian, and I'd be that person. Of course, check my background, make sure the paperwork is straight. But so I'm not going to advertise on your platform. But if anyone wants to,
no, go ahead and
talk about how
advertise.
we
It's
can,
fine.
okay. Well, if anyone wants to, talk about how we can make that happen, we can always shoot me an email. That's gasthemup@gmail.com, GASEMUP@gmail.com, and I think that's the way to go forward. So I'm in Nigeria. I work as a teacher. over here in the States. So I'm hard on my kids, which doesn't always get, you'd be shocked how people talk a big game in education. They don't really care for these kids. It's purposely designed for them to not succeed. Yeah.
Mr. Untouchable, you're back in the hometown. I know you had that reading literacy initiative. What are you doing?
That Koku, that would might, as far as social work that I do, outside of business. The first thing that I did was I created a curriculum for teaching people about the Bahamian Constitution. What their as far as the schools is concerned, after school program, what their rights are, what their privileges are, and I taught from 7th to 12th graders, and then I ended up doing the same thing with adults because I found that even the regular Bahamian adult doesn't understand the Bahamian Constitution because it's written in old style, British legalese. So what I tried to do with that format is just break it down and simplify it where the common person on the street, even children, will be able to understand it. And that's one of the things that I did for a while. The next thing you know about Read Bahamas, because I found that a lot of Bahamians don't know how to read and write. So I went to Read Bahamas and I was trying to help adults learn how to read. Another thing initiative that I was trying to start, but I was not successful at it, is I created a program for financial literacy. Now, Coco, I went to many schools, brother, but the people them don't want it. Yeah. And I find that when a lot of us come out of schools, a lot of us are financially illiterate. You know what I mean? And we get taken advantage of by the banks. But I petitioned many, many different schools, and I was unsuccessful at that because I didn't receive the response like I did with the Bahamian Constitution. And even with the Bahamian Constitution, I only got feedback from one school, this Afrocentric school named Catherine High School. And the principal there, she was very sincere with it. And she allowed me to run my program after schools. And it was very successful. I feel it was successful anyways. But outside of that, some of the things that I did as far as the community is concerned is after the hurricanes, after the major hurricane in the Bahamas, I had to solicit, outside of the Bahamas and get monies and clothes and different things like that, man. It was a mess because our government, even though they say that they organize, they're completely disorganized. So the people had to take things in tasks and hand and do things for themselves. So I had to basically solicit all from the UK, all the places that I went to and made connections with, this is the way. I have to go a roundabout way in trying to help people here in our community because our community suffered greatly. Not only that, but outside of the Bahamas after the hurricane, I sent monies and foods and clothes for the earthquake in Haiti. So, I've been busy as far as my community work, but even though I'm more business capitalist centered, I'm greedy as a pig. I try to still do things within my community to try to assist and help. The thing that I'm thinking about doing going forward is in India, right? In India, they have they're very big on technology. Okay, very big on technology. And what they do is they pull people off the street, train them, and have them into these little computer centers. So people will call, and then they contract with U.S. companies and different things like that. Yeah. So when you call into these places, you will be speaking to a person from freaking India. Yep. They're trained. So I'm thinking, why not do a version of that with these guys who on the street and don't have nothing to do all day, just hanging out. Yeah, but my trouble is I don't know if the brothers will be with that. Even though they'll be getting a salary from it, I don't know, man. But that's the plan I have in my head going forward as far as community service and trying to fuse business with community service and trying to put some money in these brothers' them pocket because they do nothing all day and all they seem to be doing is holding up signs and asking for $1. What can $1 do? You know what I mean? But that's just me.
Yeah, I'd like to talk to you more about that stuff because eventually I would like to do stuff back home as well. I came from a government school. I came, in the States what they'll call a public school. I came from a government school, C.I. Gibson, and I would like to really do something, but a part of me, I know that the people them
Oh man,
ain't ready.
oh man, it's a struggle, brother. It's a struggle. You know,
You know,
it's a struggle. You know,
yeah,
and then you have to deal with, you know, the bureaucracy here. You have to deal with red tape.
yeah,
That's why sometimes I like the United States, because in the United States you don't have that red tape. You could just, it's all, everything is formatted. Just do this, pay this, and you're in business. You know,
you're on your way.
Yeah, but you know what it is. You know what it is.
Yeah. Because I have a old my childhood friend. I'll just say his last name. You probably would know who this is. Last name is Mora. You know, me and him came up together as kids, and he is around the Rastafarian community. Yeah.
You know what? Me and him teaching the same class. You know.
Oh yeah.
Yes. In a Catherine. You know what I mean? He was there. He kind of like, he took over my class when I actually left that program. So he's a very smart brother, man. African-centered dude. Yep. Very, very intelligent, man. Very, very intelligent. I know him though. I know him. Yeah.
So there's stuff I would like to do, but I don't think that hometown is ready, because we still have colonial minded people, because folks are still going off and getting that colonizer's degree and stuff like that. So it's going to be difficult. But here, you know, I do this stuff that I do, but also in person. The thing that put a dent in it was the pandemic, and there's still the after effects of the pandemic in terms of getting people to congregate in spaces and whatnot. But I'm seriously working on this curriculum stuff in person, not just through Discord or online or whatever, but in person. I'm trying to recruit the African students who are in education at the university that I teach at. I'm trying to get them involved in person to put in this work, to break this down and get it together. So I'll keep you guys updated on that.
Brother, can I ask you some questions before you go on the topic, if that's okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I wanted to know, because both of you guys said something that's interesting, and I think that's very vital. Because even when I go to Nigeria, right, a lot of people face that same issue. And I want to give him a big shout out. His name is Grandmaster MUMM-RA, but he passed away. He was in Kenya. And he wrote a book, Surviving in Modern Africa. I can't remember the title, but I bought the book. And he was actually one of the people that, you know, and I spoke with him on WhatsApp. We talked, we connected before he passed away. May he rest in peace. And he was emphasizing that, you know, coming to modern day Africa, sorry about the noise. Yeah, coming to modern day Africa is the way to go. And I see so many times, like, we'll be here and we'll have big ideas and things we want to do. Then when we get back, we'll face the red tape, we'll face the corruption, we'll face even the people not having an exposed mindset. So what I wanted to ask the panel is it us? Maybe we're coming with too much of a change. Maybe there are different ways we can approach it, you know, because I always tell people, like, I had a cousin of mine. He's not my blood cousin, but, you know, Africa, everyone's your cousin or your uncle. And we grew up together. So I told him, I said, hey, man, you know, when you come to Nigeria, you have to come and talk to me. We got to see, because he hasn't been in Nigeria in years. And he went to Nigeria, didn't tell me, so I was upset. I said, man, why didn't you tell me you go to Nigeria? You're crazy. But he said, no, this. So what ended up happening, to sum it up, was, and I hope you guys answer me, is that he went to, like, literally the rich. He had, you know, armed security with him. He was telling me. And I said, you know, dude, when I go to Nigeria, I'm just walking the streets. No one's bothering me, because I'm not approaching Nigeria with that perspective of coming with all this, you know, extra stuff, which is what I call it. Because I think sometimes, like, the reality, like, I feel like I'm rambling, but the reality is, a lot of times we don't understand that even in Africa right now, the kind of disposable consumption, the type of income that people have, and I don't know if it's the same way in the Caribbean, is not there on a day-to-day level. So what do I mean by that? Like, I had a friend, he has a book bag for sale. He wants to sell his book bag. He says, man, I'll sell my book bags for $80. Have over 100 and something million Nigerians. I'll be rich. I said, but brother, you have to understand, the average Nigerian doesn't have $80. Every Nigerian isn't like Dangote. So you have to come down to the people's level and make your product accessible. So, you know, what can we do? Or maybe we have to wait. I don't know. I want to know what you guys are thinking in that regards. What are we doing wrong, or what can we do to adjust to make our ideas and our structures and our businesses more streamlined for modern Africa and their current reality?
I'll say this quickly, and then I'll let Mr. Untouchable, because Mr. Untouchable is back in the hometown, so he has a better temperature, he has a better gauge for down there. But I'll say this: when I look at history, what I've noticed is that people groups develop at different paces, right? And that being in the belly of the beast in America, for example, or even in the West, period, you probably will realize the issues that we have and realize the fixes, that we should be seeking to implement. I think of guys like Nkrumah and stuff who came out to the States here and was inspired by people that were inspired by Garvey, etc., right? So sometimes what you got to do is you have to build where you are, build nicely, build something that can inspire, build nicely, build something that can inspire folks to go back to their hometowns, or ideally to inspire folks across the seas. So someone in Nigeria sees the work that's being done in the US or in the Caribbean or in the UK and says, you know what? I want that work to come here. So it becomes a person who's embedded in the local, structure, but they're inspired by a more global, example. You know what I mean? I think that has the opportunity to work better than to say, I, Koku, leave America, go to another country, let's say Ghana, Nigeria, and I'm spreading, all this positivity, but the folks is looking at me like, brother, what are you talking about? Right? I think it needs to really come from folks in, on the ground, in the soil. Mr. Untouchable, what say you? You're muted.
No, Coco, I agree with you. My difficulty with having a lot of buy-in is our people have a show me mentality. Mm-hmm. And what I mean by that is, if you say this is the way, to get from point A to point B, show me that how you've done it already, and how is it accessible to me? Mm-hmm. Now, some of the people who I've seen become successful at this is they put the things that they do in a very detailed way on YouTube, using social media, things like that, to promote themselves, and then people seem to have buy-in with that idea. The problem is, well, let me not say what the problem is. The solution is, the issue that I have found is access, okay? Because for me, getting access to the outside world, getting outside of the borders of 21/7, our landscape in the Bahamas, is something that could get you to not only exposure, but the wealth you need to transform your communities. Because I find that the technology is not really up to scratch. We are not there yet. Technology-wise, we are not there yet. And even if we are there yet, the other issues you're going to have is the banks. This is the problem I've had, because internationally, when you do business, and then when you have people send you monies from outside of the Bahamas, then you have red tape. People want to know, know your customer. People want to find out exactly what it is and the means and what you're doing. And then your government gonna start putting their hand in your pocket too. And like, well, we want to take a piece of this. But needless to say, I feel that for my community is where you direct who you directing your message to. If you are directing it to young people have the philosophy of show me, show me first, and then you build your credibility, and I'll trust you more, and I'll have more buy-in to what you're actually doing. With the older people, they tend to stick to the regular format of, okay, we are safe doing this, and we ain't gonna take no risks. They are what is it? They're risk averse. The older people are very risk averse. So for you to have them to get buy into certain things, you have to come along with the government. You have to work within the government some way to have buy-in from these people because they are risk averse. They don't want to do anything that's going to cause them to either lose money or take money out of your pocket. Unfortunately, if you want to, I don't know where that noise is coming from.
That's probably some feedback, but
Okay.
I'll mute my mic. You go ahead.
Okay. Unfortunately, in the world that we live in right now, which is a very small world, we live in a global world, and to attain or have access to certain things, you got to come out of that format and take risks. So my message, as far as the things we talked about last week with the young guy who was a billionaire living in the Bahamas, is just showing the people there are ways of trying to get access outside of 21/7, whether it's using technology, social media, different landscapes like these to try to improve your situation and circumstance. That's what I'm kind of focused on, because
So, Mr. Untouchable. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No worries.
Go ahead, no, because I want to push back to you brothers a little bit, right? To say, okay, because this is what I feel sometimes is, and it's just my opinion, right?
No worries.
We'll come from the U.S., UK, wherever we come from, and and things work over here, and we say, man, I'm gonna go straight to my country and do it like this. And you're right, the old guard is there, the government is there, the youth are looking at us like, okay, well, show it to me first, and then I'll buy in. But then there'll be a Lebanese immigrant, right? There'll be a person from Syria or whatever country. I know, if I'm not mistaken, there's a lot of Turkish immigrants or Lebanese in Trinidad. I didn't even know one of my best friends is, we went to college together. He's in Trinidad. Syrians. Sorry, yeah, Syrians. I had no idea. He said, yeah, brother. He said, man, the Syrians, they don't even, because he shows me all the videos of the violence and everything that happens in Trinidad, Rasta City versus the Muslims and all this stuff. And I said, that's interesting. And so I asked him, I said, are the Syrians affected by the same beef? He said, nobody even touches them. And I said, oh, okay, that's interesting. It's just like the Lebanese in Nigeria, right? So, or in Ghana. So I'm just saying that these Lebanese and Syrians and these Indians, nothing against them, but they'll come into our countries and they'll open up a very simple business, something that's cash and carry, not too technologically advanced, that is at the level that whether it's the Caribbean or the African can immediately engage with. And I agree with you guys. Yeah, we need to show them. So like when I went to Nigeria, I said, look, man, I don't eat meat as much. I'm mostly plant-based. And they looked at me strange, family members. But funny enough, when I left, a lot of my family members started eating more vegetables. They started looking into their health, right? Because I showed them. I said, hey, you can juice, you can do this. And so my next goal when I get down there is to open up a largely vegetarian restaurant where you can get vegan food. As a matter of fact, the name of this place, I want to call it Ital is Vital, right? A Caribbean name in the middle of Nigeria, right? Because that's one of my inspirations, is Caribbean people, right? So the point is that I think, is it maybe sometimes we're coming with too much of an advanced thing that we want to bring back home, and maybe we should keep it simple, get people on board, then slowly start to advance our agenda.
I think we're forced to do it that way because of the mentality of our folks in these locations. We, like you said, the Lebanese person who comes, right, and opens a store, they didn't have to prepare the minds of the people for that store. They didn't have to start off small and ease their way into the situation. They came, balls hanging, opened up a store, and folks went to the store. But we have a socialization issue amongst ourselves where, and by the way, I see this teaching science at a college. When Black students walk into my class, they have more disdain for me than white students.
100%. Same thing. I go teaching teachers. I mean students in the city here. Same thing. 100% agree.
Yeah, more disdain.
And also there is there's an unsaid thing as far as the Lebanese comments. Okay, in these West Indian countries, are extremely Afrophobic, brother. You know, they have the philosophy of the white man ice is colder. Yep. This is the reason why the Lebanese and the Chinese and even Europeans, when they come to these countries, the governments give them red carpet treatment, brother. They don't do that the same way with the regular black Bahamian business people, but they would do that with the Chinese. This is why they are almost free to operate. You know what? It's interesting because a Chinese are going to get the most ghetto of the ghettos, you know, in most Caribbean countries and even in the United States of America, and they'll be untouched and unharmed. You ever notice that? Nobody messes with them. You know, but these people freely are able to operate, and some of them, they extract millions of dollars by the time they leave and send their children or go back to China. They are leaving here millionaires. And also, let me say this too. Access, how the Chinese operate, they operate collectively. They pool their resources together to do a specific thing. We don't have that kind of idea when it comes to business, brother, because I don't know if we don't trust each other as much. But we don't. That's it right there. I have not experienced us operating in that fashion before. Not as yet. But I'm not saying that we can't never do it. Also, as far the other thing that the Chinese does is they hire on small and cheap technologies. Yeah. Because their countries make these things. And because they speak the language, they have access to the people who are actually creating these things in China. So they're able to send these things here, you know, cheaply and sell it and undercut a lot of the Bahamian businessmen who want to do the same kinds of things as well, man. I'm telling you, man, I understand what you're saying, gas them up, but for me, I have not found the key yet to unlock that door, to have that free-flowing thing where black people come in, trust me, and do business and patronize and do all these things. I've not found that key yet, brother, because the mentality of our people right now as exists is the white man ice is colder, or the Chinese man ice is better, or the Lebanese man ice is tastier. You know, it is what it is, bro.
Yeah, I have to agree, and I like the thing that you brought up. I was trying to say it, and I used the term socialization issue. But to boil it down, fine, it's black folks don't typically trust other black folks. You go around black folks with an idea, like a business idea, and this is just what it is, right? This is not me putting down my own people or some shit like that. It's, you know, it is what it is. You go around black folks with some business idea, and you have to have all kind of business plan, 3 forms of government ID, a co-sign by your mama, a priest, and whatever. And that's a part of our issue. We spend so much time trying to convince folks to join together and do something, that as opposed to spending time on actually doing the thing that we're trying to do. This idea of buy-in in black society is a huge problem. I get that there needs to be some buy-in, some trust, et cetera, but we spend more time trying to get people to unify, to trust each other, to work together.
So how can we do that on a small level then? Because I agree 1,000,000,000% with both you guys. I mean, I face the same thing when I go to Nigeria.
Family, brother.
You know, how do we do that on a smaller level where, like I always say, look, if it boils down to it, let's start small. Let's start with a grocery store. You know, let's do something small, and then little by little we build it up. Because I think part of the thing is, like I said, like with my friend who said, "Oh, I want to bring my book bags." He makes good book bags, you know, of you know, ancient Egyptian gods, and he puts different African people from the past who are powerful on the book bags. Very good stuff. And he makes it and he sells it for $80. And I said, you have to understand, first off, like you said, the socialization. Everyone wants the white man's ice back there in Nigeria. So even if you put some of the biggest Nigerian leaders on that book bag, they're not going to pay $80 for that book bag. You'd probably sell that book bag faster with Bill Clinton's face on it than with the so-called Nigerian leader who was powerful. You know, it's
I have a question, brother. In business, it is wise to give the people what they want, give the customers what they want. But suppose what they want is toxic, because I find that as far as starting small, and you investing money in business now, and I've seen the Chinese do this. They operate and they start with smaller liquor stores, or Chinese food, which is creating high blood pressure and all manner of different things. And then I also see the Bahamian business person start to create a bookstore, and after a year, these people are out of business while the liquor store is still there. Even and some of them sometimes are making hundreds of thousands of dollars in very poor communities. So I mean, I understand the concept of giving people what they want, but if what the people want, or starting small, but if what the people want is toxic, what do you do from there, bro? Yeah, man.
Unfortunately, if we're gonna dance with the devil in Babylon, unfortunately, and I hate to be the one to even say it, because my stance on bringing so much modernity, right? Unfortunately, like you said, look at a fast food restaurant as of right now, and again, I'm putting it out there. I hope anyone listens. This is a golden opportunity. They have, for example, franchises that are doing very well, fast food franchises all across Africa. There's one called Chicken Republic. I mean, KFC is garbage. Popeyes is garbage. This is like some of the best seasoned chicken. I don't even eat that stuff, and I'll taste a piece of it, right? Very good stuff, very well run staff, very good system. And you can get that franchise for less than $25,000 US. So I'm telling brothers over here, like, listen, look, man, if like 3 of you come together, of course you're going to need Nigerian. Look, don't trust me. Trust the paperwork. Make sure your lawyer looks at everything I'm saying. Like you said, my 3 pieces of government ID, my pastor's name, my mother's name. Take all of that. No problem. Don't trust me. But come down to Nigeria, put your money there. Let's bring this to you. You get this franchise. If you want to stay and help run it, you can stay and help run it. I think that's best. You stay and help run it. I'll partner you with a local, money changer. So that way you can get your money out in dollars with them. It'll be a little bit more expensive. Or if you want, we can get with a bank. And you're going to have to go through the red tape and the government and all that nonsense. So I could partner you with a local money changer. He'll beat you on the price a little bit, but you'll pull your money out in dollars. And after 5, 6, 7 years, then you can open up that bookstore. So I think that's the way to go.
I hear that.
Especially now when prices are cheap, because no one's looking at Africa right now. But you know what's going to happen in 10, 20 years? We're going to, I pray we all live, and we're going to see each other and we say, man, we could have got in on that stuff in the Bahamas over there and bought this little franchise,
Yeah.
Look at all these other places. Look at the brownstones in Brooklyn in the 80s. That was golden opportunity that was missed. So I agree with you. It's toxic, but what can we do? I can't convince them to eat healthy.
And that's true. And you have to give the people what they want, man. And sometimes it's frustrating because it actually is toxic. But sometimes, man, like you say, you got to dance with the devil to try to do a good deed. But I understand, and I do. My intent is to do, look at Africa and do investing there. I'm not there yet to actually start doing that on a major level, but I have that on the back burner while I work. So I do have that in the back burner with good brothers like yourself and other people who go back and forth to the continent. It is as far as for me on the back burner for something for me to do in the future. It is.
I will say before we move on to the next prompt and I read the comments, I will say that a part of this buy-in thing, one of my ideas for Black equals African people is, if you want to get around this buy-in thing and you want to get on this coming together like Gaston was talking about and consolidating your monies and investing or what have you in the continent, I would say that the way to get around that buy-in stuff is to work within families. It's crossed my mind in the past several times that one of the things we should actually work on is creating strong families. Start where you are, create those strong families, and later on join families. I think, almost like a mafioso style thing. I think we're going to have to do something like that to get the buy-in that we need, to get it quick enough, to get people working together, because people will identify, with with some familial ties with others and stuff like that. So that's one of the things I think we should consider. In the chat, Coach Pete says what he does is he mentors the youth, and he's available 24/7 to talk with them, to teach them about themselves. You guys could follow Coach Pete on YouTube. In fact, follow everyone who's here on YouTube. Bobby Wright is here. He says we are affiliated with the Pamoja Center in our city. It's an African cultural space teaching African consciousness and culture. But COVID is affecting our progress. Yeah, that's what happened to me as well. Coach Pete says to Mr. Untouchable, keep doing what you are doing. And I agree with that, man. Keep doing it. Bobby Wright says we are also doing community gardens. Jonelle says that's amazing. I think she was talking about Mr. Untouchable and his response to the prompt. Daily Affirmations by Pauline says, help prepare food to feed to the homeless in Miami. Help people in need. That's what she does. Much appreciated, by the way. You guys also check out Daily Affirmations by Pauline. She just dropped her book about her book of daily affirmations, literally 30 days of daily affirmations. Make sure you guys check out her book on Amazon. Coach Pete says that is the problem at home. The natives who return home have an issue with red tape, etc., opening a business. Any other ethnic group who goes there or lives there seems to have it easier. Bobby Wright says, MUMM-RA was a good brother. I used to check him out on search for Uhuru Dynasty, a mayor's channel, or Dynast, a mayor's channel. So I guess Gassama Bobby Wright was familiar with your brethren there, RIP, and rest in power. Daily Affirmation says the caste system is still in place. And she finally says, enlightening discussion. We seem to have lost Kevin Carre, and I know D-Web had to go and attend to something. I'm thinking he'll be back later. But I did want you guys to hear about the work that he does down in Jacksonville with the brother Kepra L, Melanated Conscious Society. You could look that up, melanatedconsciousciety.com, if I remember correctly. I interviewed Kepra L a couple years back. You guys can look on the YouTube channel at I think it's Great Interviews is the playlist, and you'll find my discussion with Kepra L of Melanated Conscious Society. But I want to hear more from D-Web, and I know D-Web is pivoting from the podcasting, and he's looking to do more work in his local community as well. So, we're going to have to bear farewell, I guess, or bid farewell to the Harsh Ali podcast. So that reminds me, too, if any of you are interested in being a podcaster, a host of a show on KWAZ Radio, make sure to email them at kwaz.radio@gmail.com. That was a good discussion, guys. I liked it. I think I'm going to move on from that discussion. We could always come back to it in a future episode of Shoot the Breeze. Let's go on to Shoot the Breeze topic number 3. Let me just copy paste it so everyone could get it. Again, the link has been dropped in the chat several times. If you're interested in joining the panel tonight, especially, some conscious women, you guys click that link and join. The next Shoot the Breeze topic is, how come so few people know who this man is? So let's talk about this man. Let me share the screen, of course. Yeah, that should be it. All right, let's watch this video, and then we will be back and have a discussion about it on the other side.
My name is Philip Emeagwali. I am a supercomputer scientist. Right now, the state of the art is the fiber optic lines that is connecting the eastern and southern regions of Africa to India and to Europe and to the global internet community at fast, high bandwidth rate, and makes it possible for somebody in Lagos to surf at the same speed as somebody in London. Nigeria will become the third most populous nation in the world, according to the United Nations. When you look at internet users in 50 years, the most internet users will be in China, and the second will be in India, and the third will be in Nigeria. There will be more mobile phone numbers and internet email in Nigeria alone than in the United States. In Nigeria, they have 12 digital villages, and each village trains about 300 people for 6 days. And that's like a drop of water in the ocean. We have to look at the big picture and do what they do in Europe and in the United States, which is we have to train 300 million people, not for 6 days, but for every day of their life. And that's what we must do to bring Africa up to speed and catch up the rest of the world. The internet is the repository of humanity's knowledge of the 21st century. And so Africa needs to connect to that repository, and connecting to that humanity's knowledge is the key to not only increasing the continent's scientific and technological intellectual capital, but alleviating poverty and reducing the gap between the rich and the poor nations of the world. Africa will never be able to buy 400 million laptops for 400 million children at the price tag of $100 per laptop. But it can afford to buy one laptop per school and have that laptop in each school connected to the internet, and that will be a greater value, and that is a great investment that the continent and the people can afford. A decade ago, 1 in 3 nations in Africa were affected by civil war, either directly or indirectly, with refugees coming over to their countries. A lot of that came due to arguments over election rigging. And if we can reduce or eliminate election rigging with electronic voting, there will be permanent digital records of people's vote. And that makes it possible in the future to replace selection with true election.
I like the end of that, of what he said there. You know, you change it from selection to true election. I think that's something necessary in many of the African satellite countries called the Caribbean too. Gas them up. Why is this man not ever brought up in the Black immigrant debates?
Many reasons, because what he's saying is something that the people in power don't want people to hear. When you read a book like The Confessions of an Economic Hitman, or I just ordered another book, I forgot the title, on Amazon, talking about how the CIA recolonized Africa. Nkrumah, in his book on neo-colonialism, and he referenced the book about the shadow governments. This stuff, it gets deep, and that's why in the earlier topic, I was just saying that perhaps I think we need to do a better job of concealing our intention and stop announcing it and go with smaller projects. So if I took, let's say, you're somewhere in the United States, some of these school districts throw away laptops, throw away desktop computers. If you have an access to them, you create a nonprofit, you register it, you say, hey, listen, I'd love for you to donate to our nonprofit. It's a tax write-off for you. They give you those laptops. You can now ship, 40, 50 laptops that the American kids don't see any value in, and give 40 laptops to kids in the Bahamas and say, listen, I'm going to be trying to bring you guys laptops, but I want to see this as part of the program. You know, I'm going to do this as I want to see these things in place. So, of course, they won't put a guy like him, but if he was, you know, pulling his pants down, talking about murder, calling women out of their name, they would say he's revolutionary. He speaks on the ills of the ghetto. He's a black Paul Rowe. You know, they would say all kind of silly stuff. But because he has an Igbo man's accent and he's talking about computing and supercomputing, they're like, we don't want to hear that. So.
Mr. Untouchable.
First, let me say this. If my father was alive and he was to see this man, he would be looking like at a mirror image of himself. He is he is an actual doppelganger for my dad. I have to say, man. I mean, people make claims, oh, we're not African and all that nonsense. We like Indians. When I saw this man, I was like, man, we are Igbo. I never seen nothing like this in my life. He just had a Nigerian accent, but his facial, everything about this man's appearance, I'm like, man, he look exactly like my father. Anyways, that's needless to say. I think that he doesn't come up in the conversation because we are chasing Elon Musk dreams. You know, this man, he is a visionary. He seems to be a visionary, and we don't seem to get behind our visionaries, you know, and that's unfortunate. But the things this man has accomplished in his lifetime, I mean, it's outstanding. I don't know, maybe because he doesn't speak with a certain accent, that he is not appreciated and applauded and accepted and put on to a global stage like he should be. But he is just absolutely brilliant, and I just really wanted to put that name in the hemisphere because he doesn't get that as much talk as the Elon Musk of the world have the same kind of conversation and things like that. And Elon Musk is an immigrant, and he immigrated to the United States. This brother immigrated to the United States as well, you know, and got many awards by presidents. But I don't hear about him in the conversations when we have them, you know, on social media. But I wanted to put his name in the ethosphere.
What did you think about what he said in terms of, you know, every school in Africa can have a computer? What should we out here be doing? You know?
I think that what the brother said is valid. I think that the government here is trying to have a format where they are trying to bring more technology into the schools, and they do. As Gasmup was saying, they do get things that, like with the United States, as far as the surplus in technologies, they do have the ability to get laptops and things of that nature. But I don't think that it's done enough. More could be done, but I think it's a good thing. Like he said, that the internet is a composite of human knowledge.
Yeah,
you know. But our trick is how that human knowledge is used, because so far, from what I could see, when we use the internet and the younger people use the internet, they do it for things that doesn't develop them as far as the human development. I don't think it is really done for that reason. I think it's done for other reasons. But I think that the trick is to use the smartphone to become a smart person. Yeah, but we are not there yet. I think we could still we are still getting there. We are not there yet. That's what I think.
KW7 in the chat said that we don't know about him because he is not an entertainer. That's why. Daily Affirmation by Pauline says that I understand that a lot of municipalities sell the old computers and allegedly dump those that do not sell. Yeah, it's, you know, again, African problems need African solutions made by Africans, you know, and this is something, you know, as a matter of fact, he talked about the one laptop. I mean, we have technology out here now, Raspberry Pis, Arduinos. We have Chromebooks and all this kind of stuff that are really cheap. Like I mentioned the Arduino, that's a $5 computer. You know, we each can afford $5 computers a week or something like that, right? Like, you know, what are we really waiting for is the issue. And again, I think, I've said that many times in the past, that the reason why you don't know about a guy like this is because if you acknowledge him, you have to acknowledge that you've heard his message. And once you've acknowledged that you've heard his message, then you ought to have done something with that message. But if you don't acknowledge a guy like this, you don't pay him no mind, then you could continue to feign this ignorance, that you don't know what to do, you don't know how to solve these problems, you don't know what the problems are, etc. You know, that's why I think that's a big thing that we do too. We pretend we don't hear the knowledge. You know, I read this paper on the Pan-African Manifesto, and that thing, for those of you who tuned in, if you're in the chat and you tuned into that episode, type 1 for me. But that thing like lays out like these suggestions that we're supposed to be doing. And, you know, this document is from like 1960 something, 1969, I think. You know, John Henry Clark has written these papers that I've read on the show where he's talking to you about what your curriculum should entail, the subjects and whatnot. And he did that back in the 70s again. Mr. Untouchable, you wanted to add something?
No, the only thing I would like to add to that is we as a community keep on trying to reinvent a wheel that the work has been done already. You know, and like you said that you was reading, as far as the layout and the how-tos of a thing, how a thing works. Yes, time has passed. Yes, some of the things have changed. You know, but that's just that for me. That only takes a little bit of tinkering to bring it back up to the time that we are living in now. But the foundational stuff that still rings true. Back in what the things what Garvey was saying 100 years ago, most of them things still range true. When he was talking about as far as the future is about technology. Yeah, yeah. 100 years later, is that not a fact?
Yeah.
You know, so I think that us as a community, we be looking for the next Malcolm to come and make us feel good. We're looking for the next Martin Luther King. You know, instead of trying to look at what they were saying and actually try to, you know, actualize it. That's the doing part. I feel sometimes we get confused about. It's the actual doing part. You know, anyone can make a highbrow speech and all that good stuff, but the actual doing part, you know, taking action, that's where the difficulties come in.
I agree. Gas them up. I'll give you the last word on this topic.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. You know, for example, going along what you gentlemen have said, even with the gentleman from the video. If you go to Nigeria, for example, you know, I used to, a lot of my African American friends said, "Man, how come the Africans don't know about, you know, like slavery and stuff?" I said, you have to understand, right? If you go to a Nigerian school, as of the last time I asked, when I went to school, history starts at the Macpherson Constitution, which is the constitution that these colonial governors started at. There is no real talk. I mean, in government class, they talk loosely about your empire, but there's no real talk about governmental structures or anything within the history of Africa. I just saw a video where this migrant from Nigeria was talking about, you know, the hardship of trying to go through Libya and how these Libyans will enslave you and all this crazy junk that happens on the way there to try to just cross a boat just to get to Europe and be, you know, like I said last week, there's this thing around Black people around the world, ties in with Kamala, right? We love being around white. We have this psychological need for whiteness. So look at the hardship that this immigrant is going to go through just to get to Europe. Well, he could have just stayed in Nigeria and opened up, you know, a beef patty place and sold his beef patties and invested his money in Bitcoin, and he'd be much better off. But I said that to say the migrant was talking about how the building codes, this is the code that's used to build in Nigeria, is still using the British standard. Now, what's the problem with that? Well, for example, the British standard is based on their soil, on their land, their topography, however you pronounce that. It's not the same as the soil and the land in Nigeria.
No.
So many of these buildings that are even built in Nigeria, are they safe enough for us to walk through if they're using a British standard and a British code? You know, so with what the brother is saying, it's even deeper as to why he won't be recognized even in his own country, because the system is still holding on to a foreign education system. So if we raise our children, I think Dr. Saber used to say it best, you don't see the gorilla give his child to the polar bear and say, raise my kid for me. And after 20 years, you come back and you got this is madness. You know, so I hope one day the people on the ground in Africa, and I don't know if it's like that in the Caribbean, but they can change that, because that's crazy.
Hey, gas them up. Trust me, brother. Our country parallels Nigeria in a lot of different ways. I can promise you that, brother. And most of these Caribbean countries, we've been colonized by the same British, and it's the same results you see in a lot of these nations, bro.
All right. That was a good one. Let's move on to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 reads, a regular civilian doesn't get any jail time? Why? I thought Bill Cosby got away with it because he was a rich man. This came with a link. Let me share this with you guys. All right. A former sheriff's deputy accused of raping a 14-year-old girl makes a deal for no jail time. A former Tennessee sheriff's deputy who was charged with raping a 14-year-old girl has accepted a plea deal, meaning he will not go to trial and face jail time or have to register as a sex offender, court documents show. Brian Beck, a former deputy with the Shelby County Sheriff's Office, pleaded guilty last week to a lesser charge of aggravated assault, a felony, nearly 4 years after he was indicted on 2 counts of rape and 2 counts of sexual battery by an authority figure, according to the Shelby County District Attorney's Office. Prosecutors said the sexual activity occurred over a 20-month period starting in 2016 when the victim was 14, according to a 2018 statement from the Shelby County District Attorney's Office, which was obtained by Law and Crime. In Tennessee, the age of consent is 18. Beck, 47, of Germantown, Tennessee, was sentenced to 3 years of probation, which includes 150 hours of community service, random drug testing, and refraining from contacting his victim, according to the probation order. If he violates his probation terms, he could serve 4 years in prison. Felony aggravated assault in Tennessee typically carries a prison term of 2 to 15 years. They say something here. In parentheses, he was convicted of molesting an 11-year-old girl he met on a dating app. He won't face jail time. An attorney for Beck, Leslie Ballin, said the accusations against his client came from a then 14-year-old family member, but he said his client has maintained his innocence from the beginning. Ballin said Beck agreed to the plea deal to avoid the possibility of an adverse verdict, including a prison sentence of being placed on the National Sex Offender Registry for the rest of his life. Judge gives man convicted of sexual assault, of joining military or jail, you're getting a huge break. The circumstances surrounding the case are not completely clear, but given the totality of the evidence against Beck, District Attorney General Amy Weirich said Monday in an email statement to the Washington Post that we ethically could not proceed to trial on the indicted offenses. which the decision was made in consultation with the victim. The Shelby County Sheriff's Office said Beck was a deputy from 2004 until he was fired in 2018 after his indictment. Prosecutors said in 2018 that Beck was not on duty at the time of the incidents. Like many others, Beck's court date was delayed because of the coronavirus pandemic. Last summer, while continuing to wait, the teenage victim's father, whose identity was withheld to protect his daughter's privacy, told NBC affiliate WMC that she needed closure. Quote, I mean, there are damages, major damages and unhappiness, her father told the news station. She just needs some closure. She just needs to see movement of the ball. That's what she needs to see. So that's his justification for going along with that bullshit. I see we have D-Web and Kevin Carre have returned. D-Web, did you hear that story? What are your thoughts?
I don't have much. It really don't have much to do with us, outside of, I see the prompt, you're talking about Bill Cosby got away because the dude was a former sheriff's deputy. He got connections with judges. He worked closely with all these people and things like that. I don't know the details of the case. It was very vague in the article. And once years pass, the problem is once years pass with these cases, a lot of times they don't want to, put the victim on the stand, and a lot of people take plea deals and all this other stuff. So I honestly, this to me doesn't really have nothing to do with our community outside of maybe some whataboutism, which I don't like to deal with. You know what I'm saying? So I don't really got much for this one, bro.
Kevin Carre, you're back. What say you to this prompt?
I would shadow what D-Web just said. It's their community, and they're gonna let their own people off. When it comes to us, they're gonna do the book at us. What can we do?
Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this prompt?
I kind of echo the sentiments of the other brothers. The only thing I would say is anyone who is a father shouldn't be having such a civil conversation with the news media. He need to do what he need to do. Let me put it like that, because you having your 14-year-old daughter or 12-year-old daughter get raped, and you making these these very civilized comments to the media. That's the least of the person you should be dealing with. But that's just me,
Gas them up. What say you?
I agree with everybody on the panel. The only thing I would add is, look, when you look at what goes on deep behind, and I won't go too deep. But when you look at what goes on deep behind, there's a lot of strange things that go on when it comes to children and things that happen to them with these people higher up. And I'm sure it's part of these strange things that occur with these people in power. And I think that's what we have to really be aware of. I won't say be scared of, but be aware of, because those kind of powers exist and they're there for a reason. So this is not anything new. If you're following the news, you'll see that this is a pattern with these people in power. I don't want to say the person's name, but I'm sure you guys kind of know what I'm hinting at.
Yeah, I go back to what D-Web said. This really doesn't have much to do with us except to compare and contrast. And like Kevin Carre said, these folks is their turf. And if in addition to it being their turf, they have those connections, like Webb pointed out, this guy was a sheriff's deputy, so he's clicked in. He has those little connections with judges and whatnot. He's gonna skate. He had the right complexion and he had the right connection. He's gonna skate. And as far as we're concerned, we can't, because I was thinking about this week after last week's Shoot the Breeze. Like, we spent a lot of time kind of like wanting to try to guilt trip and show out the hypocrisy of white society. The fact is, man, these folks know they're hypocrites. Like, they know, they don't care, man. Because they have the power to not care. You know, they know exactly what they're doing. So, you know, that's my take from that prompt, that, you know, they just doing what they're supposed to be doing, you know, and they do it in front of us to anger us and to have us talking about it and all that stuff. But it's really not about us. You know, it's not something we should waste our time on. I think that's pretty much it for that prompt. If anyone else has something to add, by all means. So we can move to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 tonight. We're rolling through nicely. Hold on. As we're just about we're at the halfway point of the show. You know, you guys are in the chat. Post your comments so that we could read those online as well. We could engage them. In the meantime, Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 is: you have been programmed against yourself since young. We used to root for the cats and against MUMM-RA, and you think this is entertainment. This prompt came with a link. Let's see what the link is.
Peace. I'm your brother Crumb. Go to Chakra Doctor TV on YouTube, subscribe, and tell them that the master student sent you. And while you're there, ask about Miracle Food and My FCA Yoga. The same thing happened to planet Krypton is the same thing that happened to planet Thundera. So right off the bat, I found your copycat. We talk about Thundercats, let's call them the copycats. These people who no longer have a home, they're alien invaders. Now, the Thundercats are an alien race of colonizers. Now, the ancient ones, or what I call our ancestors, knew 1,000 years ahead invaders were coming. So they set up a guardian avatar named MUMM-RA, demon. The 12th century word from Latin from the word daemon, meaning a spirit from Greek, Damien, a deity, a lesser god. I highlighted the word guiding spirit, a tutelary deity. We're talking about a guardian angel. Let's fast forward down here to the bottom. The original mythical sense is sometimes written daemon for purposes of distinction. The demon of Socrates was a daemon, a divine principle or inward oracle. So now we have MUMM-RA, who is a daemon, demon, guiding spirit. This guardian angel is guarding the land. What is he guarding the land from? That's your invader right there. That's your colonizer. He looks like a Tamahu. The ancestors are going to put up an avatar or a demon to protect the land. Where did they get this from? They got it from that. They knew the colonizers were coming thousands of years before they even got there. The land was fertile. The land was beautiful. In this cartoon, they had unicorns because this was such an amazing place. So you need a sentinel, a protector for these ancient spirits who have passed on to come back through. So if we look at these ancestors, we can see a crocodile. That crocodile is Sobek. You can also see a bull. The bull is really Hathor, and you also have a reptilian right there who is really Wedjet. This one right here is a pig or a hog. I don't know where the hell they get that from. The ancient ancestors have been depicted as the evil ones inside of this cartoon. Now, these guys will come through the sentient avatar called MUMM-RA via Kundalini serpent energy. If you look at MUMM-RA, he has a caduceus on his hood and he wears it on his chest when he powers up. So he's powering up using chakra energy or kundalini energy. And he was connected to third earth spiritually and channeled the forces of nature, which were called evil in the cartoon. As far as MUMM-RA, his crime is plotting to destroy the Thundercats. Keep in mind, he's the protector of third earth. So his crime is protecting what was his. His weapon is powerful, emotional immortal sorcery. He's a sorcerer. He's dealing with dark magic of his ancestors. Inside his pyramid, there's a cauldron of primordial waters that help him intensify magical spells. MUMM-RA's superpower consists of magic, and that is diametrically opposed to the Thundercats, who mainly deal with technology. Hoverboards, a thunder tank, that's an airliner, but they call it a feliner. Projectors, they got flat screens, they got computers, and then they have the token black guy, Panthro, and you see right here, it says he's a mechanic. This goes to show how they're mostly dealing with technology for the good guys and magic for the bad guys. We have to acknowledge that inside the name MUMM-RA, you see the name Ra. You see what that is he's wearing? That's an Ankh family. The official name of this pyramid that MUMM-RA lives in is called the Black Pyramid. The Black Pyramid has 4 obelisks around it, and it was an electrical energy center to power MUMM-RA, the avatar, after excessive use. They also call this Black Pyramid the Onyx Pyramid. We know pyramid really means house. So now when we say Black Pyramid, I can't help but to make the connection of the diametric opposite of a black house, a white house. So MUMM-RA lives in the black house, and his black house is an electrical energy center. All the bad guys under MUMM-RA were all African animals from the Kemetic pantheon. We're going to start with Slith. I was listening to Credo, the African griot, and he was referring to the reptilian, and he pulled out a little statue that looks just like Slith, Monkeyan. Monkeyan, as you can see, is really a baboon. Monkeyan the baboon holding the eye of Horu. So now we have MUMM-RA from Egypt. We have Slith from Egypt. Well, I didn't really prove Slith was from Egypt. Jackalman. Jackalman is a jackal, not a dog. Anubis, the jackal-headed guide of the dead. Anubis was not a dog. Vultureman. This picture of Vultureman, he has an eye amulet around his neck. We can see the vulture and we have the eye. They do not live in the Onyx Pyramid. They live in Castle Plundar. Castle Plundar was an evil replica of the Lion's Lair, which is a copycat of the Egyptian Sphinx. We talked about the pyramid, which was the Black House. Well, Castle Plundar was built by slave labor, just like the White House was built by slave labor. Castle Plundar was built by a race of people indigenous to Third Earth called Brute Men. Thundercats had a ton of Afro-Kemetic symbols and imagery.
The Eye of Thundera, a Thundercat's in danger.
Lionel get his third eye popping, and it gives him specifically sight beyond sight.
Sword of Omens, give me sight beyond sight.
Which is what our third eye gives us. Dreaming, melatonin, things of that nature. On the dollar is a seal, like you stamp a letter with. On the top of the seal is an eye. This is the same imagery that you're going to find inside Thundercats, because this is all occult. Just like there is occult imagery on the dollar, there's occult and Masonic imagery inside of Thundercats. That's the third eye, the eye of Horus, the eye of Ra, the eye of Osiris. And I put a sphinx or a cat right in front of it to hopefully help you make that connection. In the cartoon, Lionel has a lion's paw called a claw shield. In Masonry, there's something called the Masonic lion's paw grip. When you greet your brother, you greet them like this. Go watch my video, Breaking the Masonic Code, part 1 and part 2. I explain all of this as far as the Masonic Code, what it looks like, so on and so forth. The Masons got they from Egypt family. There's the lion raising up a dead body. This dead body is the grand architect. His name is Hiram Abif. He is dead because he was killed by 3 ruffians. They tried to raise him, and when one guy tried to pick him up, he couldn't do it. When the other guy tried to pick him up, he couldn't do it. But they required the lion's paw to pick him up. It was King Solomon who had to come off of his throne to raise Hiram Abif from the dead, and King Solomon had to use the lion's paw. And they'd be like, oh yeah, to be a Mason, they got to put you in a coffin. This is symbolic of you being the great architect of the universe, and they put in the lion's paw grip to raise you from the dead to a perpendicular state. These are all Masons going through their degrees. The Thundercats lived inside the Sphinx. If you look at the mysteries of the Sphinx, underneath the left paw is a cavity under the earth, which they call a mysterious chamber, which some Masons or Moors call that an adept chamber. It is said that Timothy Drew came from under the left paw of the Sphinx, and he brought the keys from the adept chamber. Now, when the Thundercats leave from their cat's lair, they leave from under the left paw. Just like Thundera is equivalent to Krypton because their planet blowed up and now they're an alien invader, the sign and the symbol to call the Thundercats is the same sign and symbol to call Batman. So we got a copycat on our hands. We got a cat burglar. When we look at Lion-O, there was something very phallic with the way that the sword grew when Lion-O needed it. The knife resembled a penis. Panthro was a brother. He was a Black Panther. He had a wide nose, dark skin, and he had a bald head. Panthro was played by the voice of Earl Hyman.
Sorry about that.
Typically, when you have a brother inside of a cartoon, he's going to have a deep voice. Most of the melanated people on the cartoon series Family Guy all have super deep voices.
You're right, Peter. We need to give you a chance, no matter what color your skin is.
With the exception of Cleveland.
They're gonna kill Donna.
Jaga is the spirit that watches, guides, and protects the Thundercats. That's Ja. What does he have in his hand? A sword. Where did Lion-O get the sword of omens from? Jaga. Does Jaga look like Ali Selassie? In terms of Rastafarianism, they give honor to the Lion of Judah. Thank you for tuning in. I really appreciate and I really love y'all.
All right, that was a lot of information in a pretty short time, but it was kind of interesting. The delivery was sometimes funny, but it was really interesting, man. Kevin Carre, what did you think of that?
That was one of my favorite cartoons growing up here in the 80s, man. We got some memories, but I thought, later when I was a kid, I really didn't think anything of it. I wasn't very conscious until later on when I started doing a lot more Egyptology. I'm like, yeah, MUMM-RA is really Amun-Ra. He has that symbol on his chest, the intertwined snake. I'm like, yo, those are our ancestors. And going back to the time of like talking about, with Israel, a lot of people came from Europe coming into that land and invading. So I used to say the Thundercats are mostly, the false people of Israel. That's what I think of Lion-O and the rest. But yeah, that was a good explanation though.
B-Web, what say you?
Yeah, a lot of stuff he was breaking down, it was very interesting. A lot of it, do my various studies, a lot of it is very true. But we also know that like when you're dealing with television program, when you're dealing with that media in general, these people aren't very creative. So a lot of what you see is going to be taken from other sources, going to be borrowed, going to be plagiarized to a certain extent, right? Mm-hmm. But honestly, with the other thing, I was thinking like, is anything more productive the brother can be doing than break down the symbolism? I know you try to get your views up, and like I said, it's interesting to a point, but it's like grown ass man, like can we do something outside of that? Because to me, TV tells you what it is, man. It's television programming. So if you're sitting in front of the box, you're being programmed. You know what I'm saying? I think I'm more productive. You could have summed that up in 15 minutes. Be like, turn the damn TV off. You know what I'm saying? Get your kids from in front of the TV. You know what I'm saying? They telling you what it is, TV programming, last thing I like to say, man, I bought this comic book series called Black Sands. I bought it for my kids or whatnot, and it gives positive depictions of ancient Kemet. You know what I'm saying? It got, authentic Black superheroes and things. I think they turned into a cartoon series too. I think I bought the comic books, but if you want to check that out, you can check that out. If you want to get some positive imagery or some positive media for your children outside of, what's being provided, and that's another thing too. It's like Thundercats been on TV for like 30 billion. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? But, salute to the brother. Like I said, man, I ain't gonna knock nobody trying to, break down anything. But yeah, I was just like, man, bro. Can you be building something or something? Teach them. But that's all I got, man.
Gas them up. What say you to this?
Man, I think it was a very powerful build. Funny enough, me and Mr. Untouchable, I said something on Bobby Hemmett the other day, and we talked about that. I just got some quick points, man, for anybody who's interested. There's a gentleman you can check out. His name is John D. D-E-E. He was the sorcerer, the medicine man for Queen Elizabeth back then. And I think the brother was touching on some real powerful stuff. he talked about how demons, the word has been changed against what it originally is meant for. And a lot of, and I'm not talking about anybody's religion. Believe what you want. I'm not against anyone if you have a religious perspective, but um, the gold standard of the Bible, the King James version, right? The King James, if he existed, some say he didn't. I don't know. I don't get into those arguments. But King James, before he wrote, before that translation was instituted, he wrote a book, or his handlers, whoever, wrote a book called Demonology, and this was the precursor to with so-called enlightened Europe, where these men started burning their women. Right, and they even went all the way to the United States and Salem, and I think there's another town. So there's all across Europe just the torture of human beings, especially the burning of women. And then the occult system is a very powerful and diabolical thing to burn women, especially women who are seen as having esoteric power. To burn them alive, it's a very, very interesting form of sacrifice. The last thing I'll touch on is something that it hit me one time, and I was just thinking about. I was doing some research because when he talked about the money, and he was showing, of course, we all know that the money on the dollar bill and all that stuff. But this is something I find very interesting. Before the colonial, what I call the colonial matrix of power, because we're under this matrix, this colonial expansion. Before this came into play, you look throughout the world, whether it be ancient Rome, Carthage with Hannibal and all these leaders, for the most part, in that Roman axis, the leaders, when the currency that flowed at the time had the face of the living leader. So the leader who was alive, that was the person's face on the currency. So if Caesar was the person in charge of Rome at the time, the face on the currency and on the coin would be that of Caesar, or if it was local, it might be that of the local, representative of whoever was in charge. But in today's world, interestingly enough, from what I've researched, I don't know, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. All around the world, everybody's money has dead leaders on their money, except for one country. And do you know what country that is?
No.
The United Kingdom. I don't know why. I don't know what type of stuff is going on. But Queen of England is on the face of that money. She's alive. But everybody else's money, their leader is dead. Now, some people say, it don't mean anything, I get it. But, it's going along the topic of the video. So I just wanted to bring that out there. What you guys thought about stuff like that.
Yes, Untouchable, what did you think of that?
I just wanted to reiterate one of the things that Gafsamop said, that most people don't notice, but King James wrote a book before he commissioned the Holy Bible. He wrote a book on demonology. Now, if you tell a regular Christian person that, they wouldn't believe you. It was like, why would the person who wrote the Holy Bible write a book on demonology? The two don't really go together. But that's neither here nor there. As far as the video is concerned, the brother did make some valid connections in it, as far as how the cartoonist was trying to demonize Egypt, and he made some credible connections. But some of the connections he was making, I couldn't, like when he was talking about Haile Selassie. Some of the stretches he was making, I couldn't get with. I didn't see the connections, man. I just think it was a reach. But so it was good though. It was funny. It was funny. But like I say, some of the connections I understood. Some of the connections I really couldn't get with. But that's just me.
Let's welcome in Zuli to the panel tonight. Zuli,
hey,
what's up with you? You posted this topic, I believe.
Yeah,
Talk about it.
The reason I posted this is that it shows you how you've been programmed. I used to watch Thundercats when I was a kid, and I was always going for the Thundercats. But it shows you how they could program you as a kid, because what Thundercats happened in the 80s. So they program you as a kid to be against yourself from the beginning. And people on this panel might say, oh, it's just this one. If you look at G.I. Joe, the bad guy had a cobra. The bad guy was, and the cobra is a very important thing in the Egyptian thing. The urias that they wear, cobra used to wear the same thing. So ever since I was a child, I used to be G.I. Joe, Thundercats, and every other things. So people seem to think like this is like, oh, it's just this and that. No, the funny thing is, a couple of years ago, Indiana Jones, all these movies were programming you to be against yourself. The Mummy Return, all this shit was programming you to be against yourself. And what our community don't understand is the powerfulness of storytelling. The powerfulness of controlling your own media, your own movies. That shit is more important than math, science, and everything. People might say, oh, I'm reaching, but you know what? When you are programmed, because if we look at movies from Asia, from China, from Japan, one Asian dude walks into a bar and destroys 50 people, just like that. Ip Man was so morally righteous, he wouldn't sell his people out for a bag of rice. But when you find out the real story of Ip Man, he was a cokehead. He was a cokehead. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, if we don't use this stuff, in the D-Web said the thing about Black Sins. I bought all their comics, but you see how important Black Sin is? If the kids start watching this today, they will never be against Kemet. These kids will never be against Kemet. Like when we were watching Amen-Ra, like I never paid attention when the guy just said Amen-Ra and the Ankh is in front of the guy was protecting the earth, and he turned out to be the bad guy for protecting his own. And they got us going with the Thundercats. And cats again.
I agree with you, brother. I agree, 1000%.
Cats again are an important part of the Egyptian culture. The Kemet culture. Cats are revered. So what I'm saying is that we think this. Oh, he could have did this. He could have did that. Yes, he was funny. This and that. But this is so important that this acts in your subconscious level. It's so subconscious you don't even know that you've been programmed because you've been watching this since you was a kid.
Mm-hmm. But you know that the African we bigger than Kemet. You know, I think we have this thing where we so obsessed sometimes with Kemet. You also hit on something too, the Masonic roots of all this crap, right? As you know, Hollywood, when it comes to production, all these people are deep into the Masonic thing, right? Mm-hmm. I think that's a bigger part of this thing than it is being against Black people. I think you're seeing a lot of Masonic symbolism, no matter what you watch on television. That's why I hit on when you watch TV being programmed, period. The best thing you do is get your kid out from that damn box. You feel me? And that's what we need to do and instill our own values. So yeah, I agree with you that it is important to have these stories out here, but we also shouldn't be just caught up in that, like thinking that it's just all Kemet. You know, we run deeper than that.
No, I was about to go to the point with the same thing with the voodoo situation. How Haiti has been vilified with the voodoo, the devil. They murder it, and again, the snake, the revere indigenous people, not just Egypt, African people reveres the snake. The snake is an important part of our culture. It's not just Egypt. I'm just saying they use that because I guess that's the most pronounced culture or whatever from Africa they want to talk about. So even with the same thing when we talk about Haiti, with the voodoo situation, like, oh, voodoo is bad, they turn the majority of Haitian youth away from that. 85%. If you bump into a Haitian right now, I bet you 85% of them are gonna be like, oh, I don't do that voodoo shit. Because you know why? Because of stuff like this. So I say this to say that I posted this is because that it runs deep. And if you don't pay attention to it, it's just like D-Web just said with the Black Sins. They was having in the Schomburg Library like maybe 4 years ago. I went and I saw them, and there was the funny thing, there's a bunch of Black comics,
your volume dropped out there.
Or Zuli was coming. Okay, bro.
Do not underestimate the power of these things. Yeah. I'm saying this is very important. Watch all these powerful nations like China, the Korean, the Japanese. They don't play that. They program their kids with their own propaganda.
Zuli, I agree with you 100%. That's an interesting thing. I agree with you 100% when you start talking about the power of storytelling. You are 100% right, brother. 100% right.
No, 1,000,000%, Azuli, man. Like, even with the snake reference, and I agree with the brother saying that we're bigger than Egypt. Definitely. I know in Haiti, Azuli, you could correct me if I'm wrong. But the snake is Dambalawedo, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Dambala is the snake.
Dambalawedo, right? Yeah, that's for the snake.
Yeah.
So you know, the power of the story, like you said, man, that that is why I've been screaming it, and I hope some of the women in the chat can call in. Our women, you guys are the first line of defense for this stuff, man. The women don't understand how powerful they are in terms of telling our children stories. Just having make believe. What are we programming into the child's mind? Because that bond between mother and child, I'm all for fathers' rights and advocating for fathers, but that mother has something that can't even be explained in words, right? She's the sacred water that we cross, even when you hear the word, right? Semen, right? And it goes through the vaginal canal, right? And she delivers, right? These are all heavy stuff, right? When you think about this stuff, right? But no, the power of that storytelling is something that is lost amongst our people, especially our women. What stories are they telling our children when we're not home, when we're outside trying to build civilization, doing our 3 businesses, trying to open up this stuff in Bahamas and get this school in Nigeria? What are our women at home teaching our daughters, our sons, especially our daughters, because they're the ones that continue the lineage? But what are they teaching them at home? Are they teaching them to be like Kamala Harris? Or are they teaching them to be like Fannie Lou Hamer? Are they teaching them to be like, Ida B. Wells, Barnett, who was married, by the way, strong, independent woman, but she was married? You understand what I say? So what myth, what stories are these women teaching our children when we're not around? That's again, that's what scares me. The woman will have children. What are you going to teach? I think these are the questions we should be asking our women before we date them, right?
You're right. We lost the tradition of storytelling, the oral tradition of storytelling. We lost that. And it's like me as an older person, like even, I don't know, due to the hustle and the bustle, I myself had to redo those stories, find those stories by myself as an older person. And it's like I said, like, let's use Superman, for example. Superman, somebody who's powered by the sun, they talking about us. The snake, the S on his chest is not an S, bro. They hijack everything, bro. So I'm just saying this, that that's this. Even G.I. Joe. When I used to watch G.I. Joe, one of my favorite cartoons, they made me hate Cobra, and Cobra was part of us.
Here's a question for you guys, as far as the Black Sands go. So we see the veracity that is used to program us. Shit, we see the veracity of how hard they go to program us in the television, right? But when it comes to like Black Sands, do we see a similar veracity to reverse that effect, or are the writers from Black Sands just writing a story and not really trying to push?
I'm gonna agree with you with that. I read it, but then like, remember when Chinese people were beefing with the Japanese, right? Mm-hmm. So the Ip Man story took place in there. Ip Man whooped the Japanese ass. Like, it wasn't, let me just tell a story. No, Ip Man was the righteous brother who was a morally astute man, and the Japanese people were the immoral, the murderers, the pillaging the village, and they had to be dealt with. So I could see what you're saying in Sands, and that story. They're not doing that. They're just telling like a story. Yeah. I don't know, D-Web, how you feel about it, because I know you read it too. They're not telling a story. They're just telling a story. Like, they're not doing what you're doing, what you're saying, Goku. They're not doing that, which I think is a disservice. They're not doing that.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's just a story because I just seen the creators of it on Shark Tank. I watched the Shark Tank show, and I didn't get the vibe that it was like. I know you got to play a role when you go on those type of things, but I didn't get just from you could tell from people's mannerisms how they carry themselves and things like that. I wasn't getting the strong pro-black vibe. It's just more so like we're black dudes and we got this good product that we putting out here, and we storytellers, we comic book nerds. That's kind of the vibe I was getting from. But sometimes you got to take the best option you got at the moment until something better comes along. And so for me, I see it as something like, okay, it's something that you're not programming your kid like you're not getting this symbolism in the back. You're not getting this subconscious programming to your kids. It's more so just storytelling. At least it's in a positive light, and at least it's something that's black creators are doing it. So it's something like you gotta take baby steps sometimes. So you gotta crawl before you walk. So to me, it's a better option right now than what's being provided on television. That's
D-Way, I agree with you. Like, even though it's not what, like, yo, come on, son, tell the story. But it's a step. Maybe somebody else will step on their shoulder and come up with another story. You understand what I'm saying? So, but I saw them in Shark Tank. When I saw them go on Shark Tank, I'm like, but they don't tell the story like that. Like, let me see which story. No, they don't tell the story. Like, it's just a story they tell. It's not like, you remember that part of the story where Anansi was like, get angry. You remember that part? That was a TV show with Anansi.
yeah, the guy. What was that?
American Gods.
American Gods. It's not like that. It's not like that.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I got the thing and I supported them, but it's not like that.
Yeah, because I think that's the thing.
They took away that show. They took away that character.
Yeah, they took him away. That's the thing that I notice is that even when we do things, right, the things we don't do aren't heavy on like an African center, black centric, propaganda or programming. We just kind of do, the kind of limp-wristed type thing. But like Webb said, you do need a first step before a second step, right? So, I guess you have to accept it and take it for positive, but just take it for what it is. Hopefully others will build upon that template.
Yeah, D Webb is saying incrementalism. That's his thing, incrementalism.
Yeah. So that was a good discussion, man. I appreciate that. You know what? Let's since this is Shoot the Breeze topic number 5, we're gonna take station ID break. It's a quick one. You guys do what you got to do. On the other side, we'll drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 6. All right, so just hang in there.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the pro-black perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Have you ever considered joining KWAZ Radio? Each of our hosts shares their unique perspective with you. You might have a perspective that needs to be shared. If that's true, hit us up at kwaz.radio@gmail.com. What are you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Yes, indeed. Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, Saturday Night Shoot the Breeze. I want to thank everyone who's on the panel tonight, and those of you out there in the chat who's dropping comments like Daily Affirmations by Pauline said earlier. This video was different. Many parts were hard for me to follow, but overall, okay. I appreciate that comment. Daily affirmations by Pauline. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 6. Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 is why Pan-Africanism is growing stronger by the day. It came with a link. Let's check it out. Oh, so it looks like it's a article, maybe. Hold on, let's play this video.
Thank you, my brother Uhuru, and I sincerely hope that our brothers will join us shortly. But we all know the exigencies of the offices of state, and we hope that they can join us, as I said, and that they will be successful in their deliberations elsewhere.
Okay, I see where Mr. Untouchable said just read, don't play the video. So let's just read it. Prime Minister Mia Moore-Motley's address to the inaugural CARICOM Africa Summit, which was held virtually today. Prime Minister Mia Moore-Motley has put forward several proposals to strengthen relations between Africa and CARICOM, including the establishment of a regular weekly direct flight and a mass media mechanism for sharing information. Ms. Motley shared her suggestions today as she addressed the inaugural CARICOM Africa Summit, which was held virtually under the theme Unity Across Continents and Oceans, Opportunities for Deepening Integration. The Prime Minister said the establishment of a regular weekly direct airline flight between Africa and CARICOM, even if it means that we may have initially to help subsidize it, because without the vision that is necessary, without the mental emancipation, the unlocking of that 1.4 billion people will not happen. She also suggested the creation of a dedicated and highly empowered public-private sector mechanism that would enable the development of the African Caribbean economy, particularly in the areas of digital technology, creative industries, renewable energy, and life sciences. So there's a quote, and separate from that, the ability to mobilize our funding in order to be able to ensure that we can finance development, not just of governments, but of companies and individuals in our two regions. Thirdly, the establishment of a joint AU-CARICOM electronic mass media platform or mechanism that facilitates the exchange of news, information, and artistic programming in sports. Because when our people see each other on a daily basis, they will understand why we must travel and why we must trade, and they will therefore enable those air links and maritime shipping links that we make to become sustainable, Ms. Motley added. In pointing out that Africa and CARICOM made up 1/3 of the world's nations, the Prime Minister stressed that they must work together to bring reform to institutions such as the UN and Bretton Woods institutions so they can unlock the potential to pursue development on behalf of their citizens. She said that we continue to suffer from that lack of equity and lack of fair participation in those institutions, particularly in forging their policy framework and their programs that can support countries like ours that face multiple crises. Ms. Motley said the people of both regions had similar likes in food and suggested that foods with added value should be exported to create economic wealth and prosperity for citizens. She opined that there was a need for more cricket-playing nations from Africa and the African diaspora. She noted that Africa and CARICOM face similar challenges, which she highlighted as including the climate crisis, violence because of various factors, and lack of access to affordable concessional financing. The summit was chaired by President of Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta. Kenya hosted a meeting which was put on hold in 2020 because of the COVID-19 pandemic. That's an interesting read. It's like she was speaking from the Pan-African Manifesto too, actually. Prime Minister shares proposals to strengthen relations. The prompt says why Pan-Africanism is growing stronger by the day. Let's start with Kevin Carre. Kevin Carre, how did you feel about what you heard in that article?
The future is bright. As I said, this whole FBA, ADOS, or whatever you may call them, that's all an online thing. That's just a small percentage of people, a very small percentage. The majority of the black world wants to come together, and this is the time.
Okay. D-Web, what say you to this?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds good. It sounds good. My only questions I would have, because I'm conspiracy theorist at heart, man. I always look for code words, man. So when I hear an article, when I see I've seen multiple comments about the funding, and the finances and things like that. I would be more interested in who's backing a lot of these efforts. I don't want it to turn out to be like the NBA Africa thing, right? Where you had, we putting a black face in front of this, but in the back end, you have different people coming up off that, and I seen cold words. Whenever I see climate crisis, my ears shoot up. You know what I'm saying? Like my ears shoot up, but at the end of the day, it's already pretty much set in stone that Africa is going to be the next consumer hub, for various reasons. You know what I'm saying? I've not hit on this before. It's like the only place in the world where some countries have average age of 15. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? These are future consumers of the world, while everybody else is losing population. You know what I'm saying? So it's already kind of set in stone that that's going to be the consumer. I want to see, though, who's going to be in charge, who's the ones that are going to be ultimately coming up behind it. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I don't want a situation where, you have a black face in front and white money behind it, coming up. So that's the only thing I have. It sounds good. I want to be positive, but, I'm always going to be apprehensive and ask where the money. Where's the money? Where's it coming from? You feel me?
Yeah, I feel you on that. Gas them up. What say you to this? Is this a show of Pan-Africanism growing every day?
I think it's half and half. I agree with the brother who spoke earlier. When you hear climate change and who's going to be in charge, these are key questions that need to be asked when these initiatives are started. But I think at the end of the day, these people kicked out the Moors, and it may seem like I'm going off topic, but these people kicked out the Moors who were Arabs, Africans, Hebrews, Jews. They were there, and they were trying to stop the black spread from coming into Europe. But ironically, look at what is happening now, right? You look at the French national team; it's all black people, right? You look at the amount of immigrants that are flooding into Europe, right? So you see, they decimated the native population in America, but look at what's happening in America. The Mexican population, Hispanic population is coming back, and these are nothing but Native Americans coming back to take their actual land back. So, they can do whatever they want. They know deep down at the end of the day that the idea of Pan-Africanism is there. The spirit is there. They're doing everything in their power to push against it. They're putting all the red tape, like Mr. Untouchable was saying, all the stuff. They're doing it to block us. But slowly but surely, it's like a tide, and once that tide is strong enough, there's nothing that's going to stop it. It's going to be big, and I think in the next 40 years we'll be looking back like, wow, we didn't expect it to hit the way it hit, and when it hits, I hope we're all able to be there to see it.
Before I go to Uzuli, either Gas them up or D-Web can answer this. When you guys hear climate change, what is it that you're associating with that buzzword?
Wealth transfer. Because to me, it's such a broad term. It really means nothing. Climate is constantly changing. Constantly. Actually, our knowledge of climate patterns is so minuscule, and the Earth is 7 billion years old. We have ice ages, you have times of warmth, you have climate is always changing, right? The only question is how much is man-made and man-influenced. Nobody even has a real answer to that. You know what I'm saying? There's no real answer to how much, and I always say this, like, who owns the beachfront property? Go right now and try to get a condo on Miami Beach, see how much it costs you. Theoretically, if it was going to be underwater in 10, 20 years, like they say, the projects would be right there. The projects would be right there. Would be $1 million homes. So when I hear that, I automatically think like the Paris Accords, and all these things are just wealth transfer things, yo. These are just things, that you transfer one money to the next. So if you look at this omnibus that just passed, what 15 billion to Ukraine? That's for they put some in there for like gender studies.
Yeah,
like $1 billion for gender studies. What the hell that even mean?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So a lot of these things are just wealth transfers, man. And I see a big collapse monetarily coming, and people are just snatching up as much money as they can to buy real assets before the thing hits the ground. That's why I try to tell people be prepared. And climate change is one of the biggest schemes and scams it is, you know, to me.
Erzuli, does this article prove to you that Pan-Africanism is growing stronger by the day?
Well, I don't operate on that. I operate on when I see, I believe. So they could say all this shit. They could say they've been saying this. I bet she's not the first person to talk about let's reach out and do this. So I guess it's a promising thing, but I see it when I believe it. That's how I feel about it. Because like I said, when we spoke before, the continent I think is not in the great state. And then the Caribbean is not also, but hey, she said she's gonna do it. Hey, when I see it, I believe it. That's what I'm operating on right now. So,
all right.
But I would say that Pan-Africanism. Hold on, you guys.
Go ahead.
Can you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I would say that Pan-Africanism. Sometimes, like and that was what I was pushing back at you gentlemen earlier. Sometimes for me, it's not always in the big projects that we're supposed to see, right? These big, large, fancy projects. But when I look at dancehall, I look at reggae, I look at Afro beats, I look at jazz, I look at hip hop. That's Pan-Africanism, because even though a lot of it, you know, is white labels that own it and produce the records, I agree that that's problematic. But the fact that you know, Sean Paul was big in Nigeria, and he had such a big influence in Nigeria, especially that album Dirty Rock. Big influence. I was in school in Nigeria at the time, and now you can see a guy like Davido having a big influence in the Caribbean. That's Pan-Africanism, and that to me is alive and strong and well. And I think you know, those are the things we're not.
Erzuli, mute your mic. Go ahead, Gaston. Finish up.
No, that was it. I think we're seeing it in the music. When you look at the sports, like I know in the UK, there's a lot of African and British, African-born and Caribbean-born boxers that are in the UK. They're linking together. You know, they're doing big things. So I think the Pan-Africanism, sometimes we may want to have this grand big display, but sometimes it can be just as simple as, you know, having a Caribbean African restaurant in the middle of you know, the brother said Miami, in the middle of Miami somewhere in the project. And if African Americans will eat African and Caribbean food, that's Pan-Africanism, and vice versa. To me, that's Pan-African. Can I get a brother who can cook his butt off, or a sister could cook her butt off and bring her to Nigeria and open a soul food restaurant and give it some local, you know, flavors, and that's Pan-Africanism. And sometimes we can start from there and you know, and build on top of that.
Mr. Untouchable, what say you to all of this?
Okay, so first, to be objective, I agree with most of the brothers on the panel. When Gaston says that, you know, it's small victories that eventually lead to big ones, I believe that. I believe that as far as having a relationship in flying, having trips flying from Africa to Barbados and back and forth, that for me, that's a big deal, because in trying to access these countries, you know, you would usually have to go through Europe. So I believe that small victories eventually lead to big ones. But I also agree with D-Web when he says that there are some things that give me reasons for pause in the article, especially when she mentions cricket. I'm like, why do you want to export that? That's not an African game that we play. Why would you want to export that over the world? So that's something that jumped out at me. Not necessarily climate change. I also agreed with my brother Zuli, you know, because she is a politician, and you have to really wait and see, because politicians are notorious for saying things but not necessarily actually doing it and actualizing it. We experience that many, many times in the Caribbean. But I would say this. She is, in the 21st century, the person who I could think about or point to as a political leader in any Caribbean island who made comments as far as reaching out to, I think Mama P in Jamaica may have made some inroads into trying to do the same things, but this is after her. You know, she's making several moves in Barbados that give me reasons to think or suggest that she is actually trying to do certain things in the Caribbean. And she is really, really out there as the person. You know what I mean? None of the Caribbean leaders are actually behind or backing her. She just is out there by herself, it seems. Now, I don't know if behind closed curtains, you know, these guys are cowardly. Behind closed curtains, that they support her. But I believe that she is really the only person out there as far as going away from the Queen and establishing ties with Africa. I think her messaging is a little bit different because they used to call Barbados, you know what they used to call Barbados? Little Britain.
Yeah.
Little Britain. You know what I mean? You know, so for her to make inroads into Africa, instead of looking north, she looking to the east. That's different for a prime minister to do in the 21st century. But like I say, to be fair and to be objective, she is a politician. And I am mindful of the words of Zuli, the fact that I have to wait and see. I do know that they did establish airlines and trips and back and forth from Barbados. I think that they started that. I'm not 100% sure when they did that, but I think more of that could be done. You know, but as far as right now, I think that she's really the only one out there, man. And I think that she should be supported. You know, if she is meaningful in what she is trying to do.
Interesting.
I got something to say. The brother said about how Sean Paul. Okay, I'm not trying to be pessimistic, but what I realized in that transaction, if we look at this, is something I realized. If Bob Marley, one of the most greatest artists, according to, he was doing Pan-African way before it became, way before, like in the 70s and the 80s or whatever, right? Bob Marley couldn't bring both of these continents together. I listen. Sean Paul is not even black. Sean Paul is a Syrian coming from a Syrian family in Jamaica. And even Davido, when you listen to the music that they playing lyrically, there's nothing Pan-African about those music. Yes, we jump up, Dirty Rock was good or whatever, but there was nothing in those music that embraced Pan-Africanism. Again, everything that's like it's superficial, but I guess what you're saying, it kind of brings people together. But if Bob Marley couldn't do it, Peter Tosh, even Seun Kuti, which Mr. Untouchable always speak about, one is like the Bob Marley of Nigeria. And it's only a few of us, if not the people who are in the know, that technically know about Fela. You understand what I'm saying? And another thing, this is a personal story. I went to Barbados in 2015. So I get to Barbados. At the time, I wasn't a citizen. So I get to Barbados, and they're not letting me in Barbados because I'm a Haitian person, and a Haitian person cannot travel to Barbados just like that. They need a visa. The people who I was traveling with were Americans, so they could just go from America to Barbados just on their passport. All they need to do is buy the ticket. To go to America to Barbados, if you're American, you don't need a visa. But me, I didn't know, even though I live in this country for years, when I get to Barbados, they're not letting me in. They said, you can't come in. You got to get a visa. Long story short, I had to buy the visa. Corruption pays when you got money. So, but I say this, as I'm in the airport, I hear a Nigerian brother that they stop also. And the police are questioning him hard. What are you doing here? Why are you here? Why did you come from West Africa straight to Barbados? And it's like, I don't know if this lady was the president at the time or if she was the prime minister at the time, but I witnessed in my ear, and they pulled the man, put him in an interrogation. I'm in the other room, I'm listening, they're yelling at the man. And I'm like, this is how it is? Because he just came, I guess they say he came straight from Nigeria to Barbados, and there was something weird about that. So, like I said, man, I get it. When it happens, it happens. That's all I have to say.
All right. You know, Zulu was pissing himself in the other room, but thanks for that testimonial, Urzuli. I think we nailed that one. We can move on to Shoot the Breeze to topic number 7 tonight. Let me just grab it. Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 is about the importance of owning your own stuff. And it comes with a link as well. Let me share that with you guys. All right, so Shoot the Breeze topic number 7. Before we move to 7 fully, Bobby Wright dropped a comment about the last prompt saying the Prime Minister of Barbados also wants Africa to join the G20. That's some of the top 20 economies in the world. Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 is the importance of owning your own stuff. This prompt came with a link. Let's check it out.
We've seen waves of Black filmmaking happen before in the 30s, in the 70s, in the 80s, and now there seems to be a renaissance of Black filmmaking, Black storytelling. What do you think defines this wave that's a little different from previous ones, or is it all part of the same continuum in your mind?
It's a continuum of forward and backward. It's like on some aspect, Black people are going forward. On another aspect, they're going backward. And so in film, it becomes really insignificantly not that important. But in literature, for example, Black people in music and literature have established. But the problem here now is now we're learning who owns the intellectual property of Black imagination. Now is going to be a 21st century issue. Jazz is great, but who owns it? Blues is great, but who owns it? And then if this is not capital, no wonder I can't make my own movies. Who owns the capital? If Black people have produced so much cultural wealth leave sport out, just in jazz and blues and gospel and American music that goes all over the world, how come they don't have a cent of that capital in order to extend and transform and transaction the future and the present imaginative process? How come they can't finance their own movie? Why are they still poor? If I even only owned Billie Holiday's music, I would make 20,000 movies. I'm sorry. So who owns the intellectual product of Black people? Intellectual literature, even now, Black publishers, for example, you talk about Black arts, etc. The independent one published, financially, they went out of business. There's only like 3 or 4 Black publishers in literature. Third World Press, Red Sea Press, Black Classics.
Right.
Yeah. Who owns the writing and who reissues it? Why are most of the Black intellectual products and books out of print?
So what should be the goal? Ownership, being independent, telling our stories, or infiltrating the system so we can have more influence over the way we're perceived by the world?
Well, I can't speak about infiltrating the system because I never met those who came back out of that dragon's mouth. So I would leave it to infiltrators. From slavery to now, we have known, including the African colonial history, infiltrators have gone, but they never came back. If they did, we would have some tangible and formidable position. To me,
but in terms of Black popular culture, you do see people like Kevin Hart, Will Packer, they've had a lot of success. Tyler Perry has had a lot of success. Ava DuVernay, they were talking about her directing the next Marvel film. These are great strides, being able to make $100 million at the box office with Black actors.
And who owns it? You see, Black people have always, especially, what you have to be very careful is it's a new plantation, you're telling me. Black people have always produced the largest sugar in the planet. Black people have produced the largest cotton, if you include Africa and Brazil. Black people have produced, but did they own it? So I think be careful now. There is a new plantation that has mutated to make us be confused. And I would not say, people should not work wherever, etc. I always ask, then what? After you do this movie, where do you go and who can you determine your next movie? Otherwise, I just don't think there was economically formidable fallout from Sidney Poitier's infiltration. And line them up from then on all the way to now, Denzel Washington. Infiltration is equal to what? See, people are emotional claiming of everything, including that, Jesus was, black. Well, let's quantify these claims. As far as I'm concerned, I will shut up if you show me a quantification. And I would work for a black capitalist to make my next movie. I want a black capitalist who is not going to railroad me to the plantation system. And so that's, I think. The other thing is, you were mentioning young people. I think they have to do, I'm just saying I could be proven wrong. And the young people have to prove me wrong if they could do that. But I would say it's very important for them to know we've heard from Sydney and before Sydney, black folks who advanced their individual vertical mobility in the industry and still came out of it poorer, like, Jackie Wilson in music. As far as I'm concerned, I mean, that, like, no one could sing like this brother ever. He was one and the only one. But who owns his voice? See, this is, to me, critical. I have intellectual properties, and I'm telling you, as I get older, I'm talking about who owns it. Am I going to give it up now after I suffered this many years to produce them? Am I going to give it to white plantation owners who do not have any accountability to my history, to my story? This is the issue.
Damn, that was well stated throughout. That's Haile Gerima, who directed Sankofa, if I'm not mistaken, right? Kevin Carre, you're a photographer who puts out products around the work that you do. You understand the importance of owning your own stuff. How did you feel about what Haile was saying?
Everything is to the point. I tell this to a lot of young people. I'll give you a little example. A lot of times, we see the major newspapers, as young people coming out of high school and college. We see all these great photos. We see the photographer hanging around celebrities and getting these photos, but they don't see the work that's put into it. But most importantly, now that those young people they better themselves and they get better camera equipment. Let's say in the years past that they took a photo of a certain individual that's back in the days that person wasn't really nobody, but all of a sudden now that one person. Good example is remember that Monica Lewinsky photo of her hugging Bill Clinton?
Right.
That was just an insignificant photo, and only one person got that photo. It wasn't until the scandal that photo became big, and that guy made a lot of money off his intellectual property because he was smart not to sign. So this is what I'm going to get into. When you go into a lot of these media companies now, they want you to sign something called a work for hire contract. Usually a work for hire contract is for when people become an employee of that company, your staff. So whatever you do, it's company's property, but you'll get paid very well. But now, and there's the other half of it where you're a freelancer. What a freelancer, when I used to work for the newspaper, is you were given the photo you took, and the newspaper uses for 48 hours exclusively. And after that, the rights go back to you. You own it forever. Now, a lot of these media companies, they don't care if you're an employee or a freelancer. They want to have the intellectual property. And as D-Web said earlier, what we're seeing right now is one of the biggest transfer of wealth, because every little thing counts. You own a certain photo, your kids gonna be your kids, your grandkids, their grandkids, and so on and so forth. They're gonna be taken care of forever. They're gonna make so much money off that photo. So what I was saying is, for a lot of people, be careful with the contract you sign with these companies, because once you sign that contract, yeah, you'll get paid, but after that, you're not gonna get paid anymore for royalties. That, and I said, you got to also make a plan, because as I said, even with me, I have a lot of historical images, but I always wonder what's going to happen to it after I leave the planet of this earth.
Let's mix it up a little bit. Let's go to Gas Them Up this time around. Gas Them Up, what say you to this?
Man, it's it's an interesting topic. I definitely agree with the brother. I just wanted to highlight, in my opinion, I think the one thing that we have to make a distinction is that there's a difference between ownership and control, right? And so, I can own all my assets if I don't control the mechanism of distribution in how these assets are distributed or how they're consumed. Yeah, it's still good to own it in the long run, but so we need not just ownership, because, for example, on this on YouTube, right? We don't own YouTube. Many of us don't own shares in the parent company, right? Alphabet. We don't own shares there, but we're content creators. I don't know how the YouTube game is set up. Do you control your content later on, right? Do you own the intellectual property? I don't know about the YouTube game like
Yeah,
that.
you do. You own it. They can't. They own the rights to your photos or whatever. You own it, but they can.
Okay, which is good, right? But again, comparing that to like the Chinese, that's one of the reasons why TikTok, they created that, and in China they have their own version of YouTube, and so I think that's something that I'm hoping I can put in the atmosphere. The Caribbean should create their own online space. I think I saw an article the other day said what's this gentleman's name? Vibes Cartel was complaining that in Jamaica the most consumed artist or listened to artist is Drake. And on one hand, he may be hating, but on the other hand, I understand his frustration, because, like I always say, they're not going to play Vibes Cartel in Canada on their radio 24/7 to the point where he's the most listened to artist. So it's something that who controls the radio stations in Jamaica, that a foreign guy is the most played act. And so I'll use the two examples of ownership and control being in conjunction. When you look at, in the old days, there was a guy, Reginald Lewis. He wrote a book called Why Should White Guys Have All the Fun? I believe he was taken out, but he, went to Harvard, became a lawyer, and he took over TLC Beatrice. And he had control of the company. And when he tried to do that early in his career, they reneged on the deal, and his wife, who was Filipino, that's neither here nor there, his wife told him, she said, the reason why you're having difficulty is because they're seeing you as the black guy, and they don't want you to have that type of control. They want you to have token pieces of ownership. So what you do is you pretend, you tell them you represent an investment group. And that's what he did. So at the last minute, when, they were expecting this white guy to come in behind the scenes, who's the real owner, they just see him show up in his limo, and he closed the deal. And that's how he was able to buy TLC Beatrice from KKR. And another example of ownership and control in conjunction is Dangote, right? Of course, he of course tied in with the Nigerian government, so he gets some perks there. But that's ownership and control. And to a large degree, we can have black owners. We have a lot of black owners. Look at Jay-Z, Dame Dash, but they have no control, to the point that, like he was mentioning, these plantation deals, Jay-Z had guys on tour with him. He wasn't even giving them money. He was giving them free clothes. That's abusive, man. The plantation. I don't understand how you say you're black excellence and you're black this and black ownership, but then I turn around and give my fellow black guy a deal that's so, I might as well stayed on the plantation. And when I mentioned this, some of my black brothers said, well, at the end of the day, man, business is business. You should read and know better. I said, well, I mean, if that's the case, no wonder, like, you said earlier, brother, we don't trust each other. No wonder we have to bring 3 pieces of ID and my mother's name and my grandma pastor, because look at how we do ourselves when we get a little bit of ownership and a little bit of control. That's just my opinion on that.
I'm sorry, I was muted and talking. Let's go to Mr. Untouchable. Before Mr. Untouchable speaks, let me just say Arthur is here. He said, I suppose I joined at the right time. Artists and ownership of their product. Y'all can check out Arthur's channel as well. He's a musician. You can check out his music. Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
No, what Kevin said is valid. I know this is his lane, him and Azuli, as far as production and arts and movie making. But what the brother gassed him up was saying is true, because I never really considered the control aspect. And I think that one of the guys who I look at in the entertainment industry, you know, as far as what he has done, is Master P. You know, I think that he owns and controls a lot of the stuff that he does, but he that the thing that I realize with a lot of these artists is that the name of the game is show business, and a lot of people, a lot of the artists focus so much on the show that they don't go about and understanding the business. And I think that he has been able to the things that he has been able to do is because he's been able to own and control a lot of the stuff he does. And I did read the book by Reginald Lewis, and his story is fascinating, even though he has a Filipino wife. I don't know if anyone else has anything to say about that, but he did have to how he navigated the corporate world in getting the interest that he was able to accomplish in his lifetime. And I'm wondering why he isn't really talked about as much anymore as far as in the mainstream media, because I think he was like really one of the first black billionaires out there, you know, by himself. But needless to say, as far as arts and entertainment and movies and things of that nature, this is not necessarily my lane. This is more of Azuli and Kevin Carey's lane. So I'll yield the microphone to those brothers.
D-Web, did we hear from you on this one?
Nah, you didn't. I'll be real brief. I think the brothers pretty much hit it on the head as far as what I was gonna say. You know, and what I'll say is that, you know, the only thing white people really invented was the patent office, which was a genius move, by the way. When you play that game, you're always kind of gonna lose, right? And I think that brother in the video hit on a very good topic, because I hear a lot of people say these things about all types of stuff, you know, whether it be politics and parties or whatever. You know, they want to reform these institutions or infiltrate it. And the problem with that is when you play their game and you start to win, they're just going to change the rules. You know what I'm saying? We see this all the time. You've seen it with the streaming game. You know, people don't realize before, you know, when the record labels owned everything, when you were selling physical copies of your albums and stuff like that, people came along, started doing the streaming thing, and the Napster thing came out. So now they switched the game up. You know what I'm saying? They figured out a way to get monetized the streaming. You know what I'm saying? To the point where they changed how you certified gold and platinum now. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, when you play the game and you start to win, they're just going to change the rules. You know, that's why I think the better way to go is the developing a new system of development and distribution and be the first to get there. That's why I think I'm a big proponent of tech. You know what I'm saying? You always should be looking to the future. I would say even on this podcast game, you know what I'm saying? What's next after podcast? Be the first to get there, because they have already started to take this lane. You're seeing the Obamas on Spotify getting $1 million deals and the Joe Rogans and stuff, right? Once you see that start happening, you need to be figuring out like, yo, what's next? Let me be the first one in that lane. So I think we need to focus on tech and what's coming up, you know. And I think Gas Them Up hit them on a very, very good thing too, where that trust thing, right? Vanity labels, yo. You've seen this with like Rick Ross with MMG and all of these Cash Money and all. They act like they own the stuff, right? And they sign you to a contract. In reality, they signing you. They're recruiters. They signing you to the big contract, but they know you're the face of the rap game, right? You're the face of this. It's almost like when they do it, the trafficking, human trafficking, where they send recruiters out, You know, oh, you're gonna be doing this, you're gonna be making so much money. Look at me, I look so nice, and then the next thing you know, you locked in the room. You know what I'm saying? Making money. It's the same thing with the record labels, and that's a part of the thing with trust that we don't realize is that these people are recruiters, man. We got to stop playing their game, stop enriching other people that don't look like us, and figure out what's next. Be the first to get there and put other people on once we get there. That's all I got.
Finally, let's go to Azuli as a filmmaker. Does this video resonate well with you? Your mic is muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
What he said was very brilliant, is very key. But one of my main issues that people say, it's like the brother just said something, we should create our own YouTube. But what the guy is talking about is who owns the internet. Whether you create your own YouTube or not, the person who controls the internet could shut it down. So I think what he's talking about, like Michael Jackson owned half of the Beatles record. He owned their masters. If you own your masters, you control it. So as they did, whether Michael Jackson was taken out or whatever, they got it back one way or another. Like D-Web said, they're gonna change the rules to get their shit back. But what I agree with the guy saying is that nobody's gonna fund you out of this, bro. Nobody until the community decides to fund their own. It's like I watched the comedian Corey Holcomb. Corey Holcomb don't get no deal. He doesn't get those big deals. But you know what? The people come see him. That's why he's able to be outside and keep talking crazy like he talks. The guy who I just watched St. Kofa maybe a month ago. So the guy, that movie's a brilliant movie. It's a brilliant movie. But like he says, we have Tyler Perry. We have all of that. It's all a face. But who controls it? So one more thing I wanted to add in here, the way he was talking about is okay, we have a lot of black writers, a lot of black producers, like somebody said Huey Parker or whatever. But what kind of movie they're putting out there? Tyler Perry, I just saw the last Medea movie. Oh my God, trash. But he has his own production, they say he has his own production lot. But look at what he's putting out there. So it's not only that you don't control your masters, you don't even control your own movies because they already. Has anybody been watching The Peacemaker?
Yeah, I did.
So you see the Butterfly. There's a bunch of butterfly in all these Hollywood, those black people in Hollywood. It seems that they're putting their own movie out there, but it's not. So I agree with what the brother said 100%. At the end of the day, it's like all of us has been saying that and controlling. Like, why do I have to go as a black artist, even Kevin KWAZ or the musicians who are here, or why do I have to go in order to make it big? You have to go to Hollywood. Unless somebody, or even some of those independent films, is somebody from Hollywood who watches it and then boom, put some money for the distribution and all of that. Black people don't want to fund their own creativity. If they fund it, they turn to you like they become like the oh, how much I'm getting out of this? Bro, give me $50,000. Okay, but how much I'm gonna get in return? Like, it doesn't work like that. You might not even make money off the first movie. But if the movie's very good, you get the fans, and then the money comes after. It's just, but I agree with what the brother said. The film industry, creative industry, we don't control. The funny thing, we don't control our creativity. We don't control our athleticism. We don't control nothing. Supposedly we're the most talented, but we don't control none of that. So it's to me, it's very heartbreaking. Even me going in this film, I'm writing something like that. I'm writing something right now. Don't know who's gonna pick it up. Might never get picked up, because even the story that I'm writing, my own people will be like, what kind of story is that? Because they've been programmed from the Thundercats and G.I. Joe to hate themselves. So I don't know. That's all I gotta say.
Can I piggyback on that and tie something together that I just thought of, if that's okay, before we move on?
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to tie that together to say that what he was saying um, in terms of controlling our story and controlling our narrative. And this was the premise, or this is the premise, Mr. Untouchable, of what I've been saying with the whole argument for development and modernity. Not against it. And I'm not saying, trains and heck, right? Who doesn't want silk sheets and a nice bathtub and all that stuff? But what I'm saying is that that narrative is very, very important. Who gives us our narrative? Who defines how we think of what we think, right? Who's in charge of that? So to tie it all together that we don't even control that, I've always said this argument that Africa has natural resources is not an African argument. Africa never looked at their land as a place of natural resources. As a matter of fact, the largest trading networks that produced arguably the richest man of all time, Mansa Musa, because according, I had this debate with someone and they told me Mansa Musa was a myth. I think Mr. Untouchable heard that one. But if that's the case, if this man Mansa Musa, Great Zimbabwe, Benin, Egypt, all these intra-local trade networks created this much wealth within the continent, and no one was removing, oil. No one was in the mines, but they were intra-local and they were producing wealth within. Who came to us and told us you have natural resources? You have rubber, right? You have tin, you have cocoa, you have all these things. The foreigners, the Europeans, they came and said, foreign trade, international trade is the way to develop your economy. But who does foreign trade benefit? Benefits them. And even if we're doing foreign trade, when Nkrumah in his book was trying to do the foreign trade, he ran into the problem. They purposely devastated the price of cocoa. They purposely, like the brother said, they changed the game on him because he didn't even control. And I forgot to mention that the price of gold. You see, because these white boys, they say, "Oh, free markets, free markets." You watch Fox News, the conservative bunch, free markets, free markets. That's BS, because the price of gold is actually determined in London, in a back room somewhere. Bunch of white guys sit down and determine the price of gold. It's not determined by the actual market. You understand what I'm saying? So that was to tie in, Mr. Untouchable. I want to hear your thoughts on that. I hope we have time for a response. That's what my push against that idea of developing Africa is. The idea that Africa has natural resources and we're supposed to be the richest person in the world because we have all the natural resources. Sure, we do, but that's not an African thing, because before the foreigners, we didn't have a concept of looking at our environment as natural resources.
But also, gas them up. It's like the same thing with like music. Like, for example, like in Haiti, for example, one of the top artists was a guy named Timano. Timano was one of the top artists. I would say some people would say he was like the Bob Marley of Haiti, right? But a lot of these people, when they create their music, they had to leave the country because, like, African people don't turn music into a commodity like that. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, even the creativity, like I could apply what you just said. Who said you have to be super rich off your own creativity? I get what
the patent office, like the brother said, the patent office.
Yes, I get it. But what I'm saying is, this is why I agree with you with that. Africa has the most natural resources and it's the poorest. But this is equal to black people are the most talented and we don't control shit. I'm gonna say one thing. I don't know if anybody knows this. You know the whole format of having a movie and having a soundtrack with it? Do you know who invented that?
Yeah, Fire.
No, it wasn't Richard Pryor. It's the guy that made Sweetback. What's his name? Van Peebles. Mario Van Peebles. That's how he raised money. Earth, Wind, and Fire. He created the soundtrack. Another brother, the spook who sat by the door. That brother never probably wrote 2 books.
Sam Green.
Yeah. A lot of people don't know, like, people think, oh, the soundtrack, that shit was invented No, that whole black exploitation thing was invented technically by Vin People. But what they saw, the black exploitation, when it was directed by the black man, it was like hip hop. So what they did is they came through it and introduced the pimp, the hoes, and the drugs. Because if you, this is all I'm saying. If we don't control, yo, this dude, yes.
I have a question. For you, brother. Two questions. Okay. Now you are a movie producer, right? I have an echo. Oh, okay. So Erzuli, you're a movie producer, right? And I'm thinking that I don't know what the Haitian movie industry is, but I don't know if you're writing films for Hollywood or you're writing films to create Haitian kinds of movies. Because all right, most of Africa, the majority of Africa is French speaking Africa, and all of us seeing the success of Nollywood films, how these guys are able to make films from guerrilla style, and these films are able to sell all over the world. And Nigeria or the English speaking Africa is not as big as French speaking Africa. So I'm wondering if you ever considered creating movies for that kind of market, because that's a huge market. Because I found that the Nollywood films, they are translatable in the Caribbean. They were selling like hotcakes. So I'm thinking, as a French speaking person, or a Creole French, whatever, that if you make movies that Haitian centered movies or whatever, or with them the actors speaking French, would that be translatable in an African market where you have a large swath of people who are French speakers, like how the Nigerians did it with Nollywood? Have you ever considered that, or am I just off base with it?
First of all, I would never consider that, because most of the Nollywood movies, I don't have any respect for them. It's like a Tyler Perry movie. It's about sex, a pastor having sex with. I haven't seen a Nollywood movie. I'm not saying no. I've seen a couple that were really well made, but most of the Nollywood movies are just soap operas. I think there's a big difference between soap opera and filmmaking. Again, I'm gonna say this with somebody I went to the school about filmmaking. I guess I was programmed to a certain extent, but I get what you.
Your sound dropped out. Mr. Untouchable, do you want to respond to what we heard?
No. The only thing
It's like a Tyler Perry flick.
Yeah.
So I get what you're saying, but and another thing I'm gonna say, I don't just write movies for Haitians. I'm in America. I cannot write a movie about Haitian centered. I can when I make it big. I'll be like, okay, this is a Haitian movie. But I'm right here in America. I'm gonna write about different group of people, different Caribbean and African stories, and I feel like.
No, I understand. I understand that his thing is he want to take a more of a universal approach. But from my perspective, I'm thinking like markets. You know what I mean? Who would be a good market to kind of like produce your films for? And I was just considering the fact that there's a large reach in Africa. Like I say, I seen what the brothers have done with Nollywood, and not all the movies have good quality of production, but you could define yourself in that market, because if you're making great movies, people can come to see it. You know what I mean? But that's just me, and I just wanted to know if you ever considered that idea. I didn't know, but it is what it is. Just a question.
All right. I think Ozuli is coming back. Ozuli, you're back. You want to?
Yeah, I was just saying that. Okay, I'm not trying to disparage Nollywood movies, but if you compare Nollywood movies to, let's say, Bollywood, have you seen the Bollywood movies? There's something aggressive about them. There's something that they like. The Nollywood movie, it's like, oh, she slept with her boyfriend and he's about to do voodoo to take the boyfriend back. Like pure fuckery. I'm sorry. And I'm not saying that's all Nollywood movies, because I've watched a couple, like The Mechanic. I watched a couple of them that were really nice. But the majority of them, that's not my cup of tea. And I'm not trying to play elitist, because I'm not. I can't write film like that. That's what I'm saying. But it would be a great opportunity, like you said, because it would be a great opportunity, because Africa should be a gold mine for all of us, filmmakers, musicians, and all of that. So that's all I have to say. I don't know if that answered your question, and I'm not trying to be like I'm elitist or whatever, because I'm not. But I feel Nollywood. I feel Nollywood is for a bunch of the older people, because my mom, she loves that Nollywood shit. Yo, they love that soap opera. He slept with this, she slept with that. Like, I'm not with this. So that's how I am with it.
Hey, yo, I got a question. Not to interrupt anybody. And throwing this to Zuli too for you jump off. Like, what is the inherent problem you see with like niche markets? You know, I know you mentioned what was going on. Your mom likes the Nollywood movies or whatever. You know, just from a artist perspective, a creator's perspective. Do you think a niche market would actually be better? Like, I think we kind of fall into this thing where we see, you know, winning Grammys and Emmys and shit is kind of like success, rather than, you know, you might just have the biggest movie in the hoods of New York, you know what I'm saying, in Haiti or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, could that be a feasible model where we go to more regionalized type of things, or do you see it has to be like a worldwide, has to win awards, respected type of deal?
Yeah, I don't think it has to win award. It has to be like, what's a movie I could think of that was not, that's okay. Love Jones, for example, right? I'm not saying Love Jones was not backed by Hollywood, but Love Jones is technically a niche for black people, right? But that movie was was a beautiful movie. So I do agree with you. If you have a niche but the niche has to be Afro-centered. Do you forget what I'm saying? You could have a niche, but what you gonna do? Just like 50 have a niche now. Yo, if you have you guys been watching 50, the whole Ghost and Kanan? Yo, that's a niche, but it's a destruction. So, and
brothers, let me just point out very quick about that. Do you guys notice 50 Cent was just recently complaining that he is finding frustration because they're taking their time to renew his shows. Now, his shows are some of the biggest shows on that Starz network, and they're still treating him like you know, like nothing. And he's literally bringing the best content. And like the brother said, they're changing the game on him. They just renewed the contract for Force season 3. I'm assuming they just did it, and he was like frustrated with them. So again, when you don't have control, now he may own it, but he doesn't have control. So he has to always go from place to place to distribute his stuff.
Bro, let me say something. I worked on Power. 50 does not own that, okay? There's 7 executive producers on that. 50 is one. He doesn't own it, okay? He might own the story, but he doesn't own it. And one more thing I'm going to say, when you see 50 doing all that shit on the internet, he's allowed to do that to stir up controversy. So now that when the next shit come, more people watch it. Do not believe this thing about, it's real. I worked on Power. They let him say a lot of stuff, which brings 50 is the master of what's this shit called? Master at marketing. So 50 is saying this on Ghost or the Power. He's not the only executive producer, bro. There's 9 of them. Most of the writers are not even black, bro. So if I would go to what you're saying, let's say 50 owns it. I don't know, maybe he owns it. But look at the story he's telling of a wife having his son kill his father. And that's the niche. What's good? What good is a niche if it's not helping us? I I get. A
You
niche
said
could
something,
work.
but you can't tell him what was the conclusion about Dancing with the Devil?
What is it?
You remember we were talking earlier when they had to step off about Dancing with the Devil?
Oh, sometimes you have to dance with the devil to do something good, to have a good deed done. You have to dance with the devil. It is what it is, man.
Yo, 50. Are we referring to the? I'm glad you said that. And the man that we just watched said he never saw an infiltrator go into the dragon and come back. Like he just said that. So 50 dancing with the devil, whatever he does, I'm not gonna say that I watch, even though I'm not taking anything away from 50, but look at the show he has out. It's the same. Yo, a son is killing his father in all three of his shows by the mother.
In the chat, Arthur says the BALM, the BALM. We need a movement. We need artists who are willing to come under the code of the movement. We need artists who will create their work for the Black African Liberation Movement. He goes on to say, we can't do these things alone. We need to do this work as a collective. We cannot imitate the capitalist models and try to be immediately profitable. Our products have to be for an objective. I agree with that.
And I agree with this brother, what the brother is saying, what you just read. Yo, the house is burning. We don't have time to be, let me create this just for the sake of creating. And I'm going to say this, and I'm not saying that only to work with Black people. When I was shooting my movie, you know, and I told Goku this thing before, it was a lot of Caucasian people helping me. So they have them that want to make the name for themselves and support you. But our own people, when I tell people my own movie, they look funny. You be like, oh, what is that? So to add on to what the guy said, and the director of Sankofa, ask how many of you guys saw Sankofa?
Yeah.
Great movie.
Most people, we are different. On this live, we are different. Most Black people have never seen that movie. So I'm saying this, the 50 cents and even like other brothers, like, okay, what the brother said, have you seen anybody go into the dragon layer and come back the same way with the same intention he went in for? So I don't know, man. And I'm just saying that filmmaking, the reason filmmaking is a group thing, and it's gonna be hard for somebody, like the brother just said, maybe like-minded people, we're just going for the goal. We can't just make movies to make for sake of making movies. Oh, I'm a Hollywood, I'm a director, I'm this. No.
I agree. Let me just finish the reading of the chat messages. Arthur says, if we unite, have publishing houses for books, music, podcasts, video houses, if we can suppress our egos and work together, then we will overcome. Individualism is killing us. He goes on to say, I would love to give my songs to an artist who was for the cause, but we don't have collectives that work like that. There are much better musicians than me, but we work in isolation. He says, we need to solidify the idea of the Black African Liberation Movement. That's the bomb he's referring to earlier. Working together in all aspects of media. Working in isolation is frustration and non-productive. Arthur also says we need to stop trying to go out into the quote-unquote world with our products. We need to work with each other and create things for our people. Trying to target the larger audience is suicide. Yeah, I always wonder about that. Why are we so hell-bent on trying to get this larger, mostly European audience when you could get a good living, putting out your own art amongst your own people and just making it happen. Arthur there says he's missing the point on the Nollywood movies. Take advantage of the model and the infrastructures, Africans making movies for Africans. We can build on that, improve the quality. And he says, not regional, but selective based on ideology. We will never appeal to all Blacks. That should be clear. But if Pan-African blacks buy your products, that's enough to build on. He says, let us stop the complaining. Take what you can from examples and discard what you don't like. Bitching and moaning accomplishes nothing. Finally, the officer says, we build our own collective. We don't infiltrate. This is obvious. Let's move on. Kevin Conroy.
Yo, first of all, we're not bitch. Yo, I'm tired when people say this shit. Stop bitching. Yo, are you? Yo, this is the thing that pissed me off. Stop bitching. All the craft that we in. Oh my god, yo. You know when people speak about the pyramid of what you have to satisfy first in order for you to, in order for black people just to yo, I'm just frustrated. Like, I don't understand when to stop complaining, bitch, and move on. Bro, the Nollywood film is what is there in Nollywood movies that are good for the community? It's all about sex. I'm taking your man. I'm having this. How is that beneficial to the community? We're gonna I should, okay. So now I'm writing my movie. I should, just because so I could reach them, I should write a film that's almost like them to reach them. Like, I don't get this thing. Oh, stop bitching and move. Bro, you just complaining right there. Talk about we're not unified. Yo, this, yo.
All right.
I
think Officer says, already said, take the infrastructure. Take the infrastructure. I think we put a lot of energy into that one. I think we should move on to the next topic for tonight. The next topic should be topic number 8 tonight is the danger of a colonial mentality. The danger of a colonial mentality on the minds of African people. This prompt came with a link. Let's check it out.
Everything was European background. The upbringing, the teaching in school. But my father was a pastor, you know, a pastor. And everything had to be English. We were not even allowed to speak our country's language in schools. And they called the language, they called our own languages vernacular. So English was the real language you had to speak in school. So everything was English. With what we were taught in schools, nobody was thinking of whether to be African or not. We just accepted that we were English, and anybody that went to England for studies was a master, you know. So everybody wants to go to England, come back home to be master, you know. So I never thought about it, being African as such, you know. So it didn't mean anything to me until much later in my life. I was in England, I started to feel the awareness of having to be an African, because for the first time I came to England, I started to feel, oh wow, so these white people don't like us too much. You know, this is my experience from having to rent rooms, you know. I had so much, at that time you read the newspapers in England, house for rent, no coloreds, no dogs, and all this. That annoyed me a lot, and not many students, you know. So at my student days in England, I started to be aware of having to be an African, but we had nothing to offer as Africans because we were all just taught English. Like one of the latest songs I'm singing now, I said, teacher, don't teach me nonsense, right? Now I was trying to let my people see, because in Africa, people respect teachers. You know, teachers, because they teach English and they teach their pupils, you know. Respect teachers and pastors, you know, in Africa. So, okay, now I saw that I should now use teacher as my focus. So I said, I titled the song, Teacher, Don't Teach Me Nonsense. Now, I now wove this song into letting the people see that white men have taught us everything we know. But I made people see also that one important thing they taught us was politics. Because I wove in the song to the elections in Nigeria, because it was a farce. Now I mentioned democracy. Now in English, an Englishman will say democracy. But if the African man wants to say it in broken, he will say democracy. You see now. I now thought of the word. I said crazy. That's now I saw craziness. I said I could now see let my people see that democracy really is not that word, that is really madness, you know. So I said, now I started to sing. I said, I start to think of this word democracy. Democracy. Crazy demo. Demonstration craze. Crazy demonstration. Then I went a little bit serious because I know that people will laugh at that when they hear that. Then I went a little bit serious. I said, now, if it's not crazy, why that in Africa, as time goes forward, things is getting worse. Poor man, they cry. Rich man, they mess. Democracy. Crazy demo. Demonstration of grace. Then I ended up, to fuck the minds of the colonialists up. I said, if good teacher teach something, if a good teacher teaches something, and a student make mistake, teacher must tell him that he's making mistake.
Interesting. This prompt is titled "The Danger of a Colonial Mentality on the Minds of African People." Let me start with gas them up.
Yeah, I always call myself a philosopher, right? Fela is like, for me, like the guy that and again, if you listen to what he was saying, he hits at it, because he said in Africa, look at the way that they were taught, right? Everything is European. Like I was saying earlier, even the building codes, how they build buildings, is still the British system. The school system, everything is British, is European. And it's only until they step outside of Africa that they recognize their blackness, their Africanness, and these things. When they encounter, or as Paul Mooney would say, your N-word wake-up call, right? That's when you realize it. And so, he touched on democracy in Africa, right? How in England and the U.S. you wouldn't see a military coup, right? But in Africa it happens all the time, and the U.S. and the U.K. do business with these military coups. As a matter of fact, look at Liberia. This man, Charles Taylor was in a U.S. federal prison. Somehow, some way, he gets out. Who knows how he gets out? Who allows him out? But he's the warlord of Liberia, butchering millions and people dying. All for diamonds and all this nonsense. So and again, I'm going to tie it back to the earlier question that I'm asking. You, Coco, and you, Mr. Untouchable. This idea of Africa has natural resources. Who tells us that? They tell us that because that's their system. I'm even going to tie it to the idea of, what Erzuli with that video with the Thundercats and the technology that the Thundercats had. And the good guys actually seen as the bad guy, trying to keep people away from that demonic technology, that evil technology that we all have to use for whatever reason. We're in the modern world. But again, are we still being African, or are we colonial if we're going along with the idea that Africa has natural resources that we must exploit to our advantage? Because every time an African leader has tried to take control, he ends up being either killed or ousted. Look at Nkrumah. Look at Gaddafi, even though he's problematic. When Gaddafi said, hey, you know what? I'm going to quote my oil in euros and I want it compensated to me in gold, all of a sudden they got rid of him. So he doesn't even control the system that his oil is sold on. So at what point do we realize that game, like the other brother said, they may change the rules on them? So is that a game that we want to play? So I'll end with that.
Interesting. Kevin Carre, let's hear from you.
Well, as I said, it's kind of sad that he had to leave and go into England and then find out that, these people don't like them. We have to break this generational curse at this point with, everything, that's white skin, blonde hair, blue eyes, the best, how they think and how they do it. It doesn't, a square doesn't fit in a round peg. We have to get back to our own, or we're going to end up being destroyed forever.
Uzuli, what say you to this?
Well, everything he said goes back to the Thundercat stuff. They've been getting at you since you was a kid, and a lot of the reason is that a lot of us have colonized mind, like he just said. We want the big house. We want the 4 cars. We want to go on vacation in Italy. We want to do this. Our mind is not our own. Just like in that movie and that TV series, the Peacemaker, something else is controlling us. So I agree with what he said, but I give you an example. The history books that we study in the Caribbean was not written by our own people.
Right.
So like, we're deeply colonized. The history book, and I'm gonna say this, even in Haiti, the Haitian history book was written by the Catholic Church, bro. When I was reading about, when I was young, I was reading about the Indians. I thought they were savages. I used to watch that. Anybody remember Daniel Boone?
Yeah.
Daniel Boone was my hero. The Indians were savages, bro. So we're saying this, what Seun Kuti is saying, we're still going through it right now. And the problem is we need to go to therapy to recognize it. So, I mean, I agree. What he's not lying, but it's still going on till this day. So,
D-Web, what's your take on this?
I'm probably gonna take it a different. I'm taking it a different route. But I'm gonna tie it back to the original thing, I think. So the thing that hit on me that kind of make my ears jump on that whole thing was toward the end when he was talking about democracy being like a joke, because as Africa got worse, as democracy took hold. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And what we asked earlier, haven't you seen the film Sankofa? It's like, oh, the average person, you say that to them, is like, what? I don't know what you're talking about, right? Mm-hmm. And that just ain't limited to black people. I think that's limited to a lot of people, particularly in United States. People have been dumbed down, and when you have a dumbed down population, is democracy really beneficial to your populace? You feel me? We talked about the colonial mentality. To me, it's more of a conqueror mentality. You know what I mean? That because that mentality is built off exploitation. You want to exploit people, right? You can't exploit smart, informed people. You can't exploit people who are able of critically thinking, right? People who have instilled sense of pride and history in themselves, right? You can only exploit people who are downtrodden, people who are, lack critical thinking, people who can be exploited. You know what I'm saying? So that to me is kind of what it ties into. Like a lot of the times we talked about how he had to forced to learn English and, take on this mentality. It's because that's the attitude of a defeated people. You want to integrate, you know what I'm saying? And he had to go to England and get a dose of reality. So that's kind of how I look at it too. You know what I'm saying? Like it's multifaceted, and that's a very interesting. That little short interview was very interesting because it's multiple facets you can take out of that. It's multiple things you can pull out of that. You know what I'm saying? That's what I got.
Thank you for that. That's that's a good little tilt of perspective there. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this?
Yeah, first let me just say that gas them up. I'm not trying to sideswipe your argument on modernity. We'll discuss it, because of time constraints. That's probably, why we don't get into it right now. We'll discuss it probably next week. But as far as fella, I find it interesting that the brother said that he never learned how to be African in Africa. That is tripped out. You know what I mean? It's like he had to go away to learn how to be African. That if I'm getting him right, that's really tripped out. But I look at our situation in the Caribbean too. We are a nation, or our nations are 80% the children of Africa. But if you ask a typical person who look just like me about anything have to do with Africa, they have no clue. They could tell you about England, the traditions of England. They could tell you about the laws. They could tell you about the Westminster system. They could tell you about parliamentary democracy till they blue in the face. But no one could tell you about the dominant people, who are actually in the country themselves. People who look like me and you. They can't tell you nothing about us. You know what I mean? You have to learn. You have to really try hard to learn that historical lesson, and it's amazing. It's amazing. And like Azuli say, and I don't think that all of us are conscious of it. We are still really on the plantation, essentially. You know what I mean? I think that they give us a flag, they give us a song, and they give this idea of independence and freedom. But really, when you look at it, we still really on the plantation. It's nothing to laugh at. It's nothing to laugh at. It's serious, and we should take it seriously. But it's an unfortunate state of affairs. But like Azuli was saying also, that a lot of us really need a psychologist. You know what I mean? We need the kind of psychologists. We never went through a process of what I call decolonization. And I think that would be something psychologically would be good for the people who exist in these spaces. And Africa has never went through the process of decolonization in a formal level of their people. And I think that the problem really dwells and lies there. We really need to go through the psychological damage. From what I believe, it was much more than the physical damages that took place in Africa and in the Caribbean. And I think that we really need to really take a second look at that experience and the psychological damages and effects of it. But that's where I am with it.
In the chat, Arthur says everything in the old colonies is looking towards the Europeans on the continent and in the satellites. He says it is for us to change that now. Azuli, you want to add something?
Yeah, I was gonna say that. I was gonna say about the he says what Mr. Untouchable just said, that he had to leave to know. There's a Haitian song that goes, I had to leave Haiti in order to understand how powerful it was. Because when you're in Haiti, the curriculum doesn't teach you. I'm going to say when I was there, doesn't teach you the importance. It says that you get your independence, but it doesn't teach you the importance of what happened between 1791 and 1804. You get what I'm saying? So, and another thing that Mr. Untouchable said, an addict, until an addict says he's an addict, he can't change. Most Black people don't think their mind is colonized. So how could you fix something without acknowledging it? So yes, we need a severe therapy session, but most Black people don't think they have any therapy session. They say, "Oh, slavery, oppression is over, racism is over." So
I want to ask this question to the men on this panel, because no sister has called in yet again. While we're out there in the world busting our butts trying to get civilization started, however we want to define it or whatever we got to do, what stories are being told to our children? Do the women, our sisters, our wives, our mothers, are they having these conversations of colonialism to our children? Because we can do all the nation building in the world. When we're dead and gone, it's the children that are going to continue the effort. And if they don't understand where we were coming from, I don't know. What do you guys think?
Mr. Gasselman, I'm sorry to say most of our women are not our women. They're already programmed. So what you said, it sounds pessimistic to me. What I'm gonna say, not yo. Once they get your own, then once they program your woman, they program the next generation. So do you have to deprogram her in order to protect the generation? Until then, it's gonna be the same thing over and over again. That's how I feel about it.
They actually program the next 2 or so generations, right? It goes, the time frame is even longer than what you're thinking right now. Mr. Untouchable, what do you say to Gaspiam's question?
For me, the jug fills drop by drop. Now, with my lady, me and her have serious religious discussions where I don't even discuss. I get to a point where I don't discuss certain things because she hold certain things true to herself in regards to Christianity. Although I got her from time to time, I get her to question some things, and that's all I can do. That's all I can do in avoiding a bad conversation. As far as I look to my nephews, and it's this difficult because my sister is married, so you can't necessarily go into a man's house and tell a man how he should program his children or teach his children. But with my other sister, since her husband is not around anymore, I try to fill in that gap. My other nephew is still very young, but I'll try to make inroads into educating them and teaching them in a certain way and manner and a certain thinking. He may not necessarily have to come over to Pan-Africanism completely, but I'm gonna make him see himself first. That's my interest. I have an interest in doing that. So that'll take time, maybe years, whatever. But as far as I'm concerned, if I'm gonna be in his life, it's about knowledge itself. That's first and foremost, man. We gotta break that curse of that Jesus business from my standpoint. You know what I mean? But even though I was embedded in it, it was difficult. I'm still trying. I work every day to get that little white man out of my head. You know what I mean? So I don't want him to take that same kind of poison it, because it's hell to get rid of that. It takes time. Like the brother was saying, we all need a psychologist. And the environment that we are in is not conducive. Even from childhood you get it. From primary school you get it, and that indoctrination. So my thing is to try to, give him the medicine in small doses until he could either feed himself or think on his own. That's my plan.
D-Web, what say you?
Now, just to clarify, talk in terms of the women, what they teaching our children, things like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
To me, I think even going back to that question, women go with a men lead, and I'm gonna throw an example out there. I've dated several women, right? And one of the first things to go into, you talk about what you like, what you don't like, blah, 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 right? I don't eat pork, right? For various reasons, right? That's one of the first things I throw out there. You know what I'm saying? In terms of spirituality, all this other thing. But I don't mess with pork. And I tell you, every time I do that, within the first 2-3 weeks, that woman quit eating pork, if she did eat pork. You know what I'm saying? Like, once I break it down and all this other thing. So I think at the end of the day, as a man, first and foremost, it's up to you to choose the right partner who's going to respect you enough to learn what you know. You know what I mean? If they don't know it already. You know what I mean? Deep dive and decipher with you and break down, right? And once that happens, they're going to follow your lead. You know what I'm saying? They're going to follow, what you instill. And if you instill that, one of the things I want to do is, I want my kids taught a certain way. I want a certain lifestyle pushed or whatever. Then a good woman is going to follow behind that. You know what I'm saying? To me, you know what I'm saying? That's the way I look at it. So I don't look at it as like, what are our women doing? Like, to me, it's internal. If we lead ourselves, right? If we say we're not accepting this, and that, and the third, right, as men, and we're not finna, and we need to be taught, our seeds need to be taught this, that, and the third, and we uphold that standard, I believe the women will adjust to that standard. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to push the women to the forefront all the time where they got to hold it down. You know what I'm saying? Because they did that a lot throughout the years where, we had to go through the crack epidemics and the heroin after Vietnam, things like that, the mass incarceration, our brothers being locked up, stuff like that. I think we need to go ahead as brothers and step up. And once we step up, I think everything will fall into place, man. I think once the masculinity leads, once we lead, I think everything else falls into place after that, to me.
Zuli, I'm going to give you a chance to respond to that. Your mic is muted. Or maybe Zuli's not there.
No. I agree with what D-Web just said. One little thing, you could, unless you get that young lady young, once she already is indoctrinated into the system, it's a hell to get her out of it.
Agreed.
And they're gonna test you. Let me tell you, Kogu, I was dealing with somebody, and the relationship went awry. And then when I was trying to get the person back, the person told me, "You don't even celebrate Valentine's Day."
Hey, it's really, hey man, I used to get beat up for that too, bro.
I was like, I said, what? She said, besides, you don't even celebrate Valentine's Day. That means when she was with me, she wanted to celebrate Valentine's Day. But since I didn't, she pretended that she was down, but she wasn't down with it. So even though you break it down, you tell them this is where Valentine's Day come from, like Cupid. How is a little boy the mascot for love? That's some pedophilia shit. Even though you break it down. No, I'm saying there's a certain age, and I'm not gonna say some women will go with that with your programming, and some others won't. But I think the majority, I believe the majority of women won't go with our program is because we ourselves are under the program. Until you get rid of that programmer, most of the majority of women are not gonna follow for what we want for the benefit of the for our communities.
Hey, but you notice you said you was trying to get her back, yo. She was negotiating from a position of power. You feel me? She was like, I need Valentine's Day if you want to get back up in here.
Hey, he was begging too. He was begging.
Yeah, he was leveraging. That's called leverage, bro.
Yo, Mr. Hunter said I was begging.
James Brown, please.
I was like, Mookie,
sweat or Zuli sweat over there.
No, I was like, Mookie, baby, please, baby, please. She's like, nah. I said, damn, but I stood my ground. I'm not doing that. If that's how you want to see it, fine. But that was just an example, and it's just tough, man. It's tough. Well, so
in the chat, Arthur says we need collectives that will continue the legacy. Another reason to stop working with individuals. He says our only hope is to build the alternative. We know that they are on their agenda, and that's so obvious. I don't know why we keep revisiting it. Education, entertainment, industry, all of it. Gas them up. I'll give you the last word on this prompt, and then we'll go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 9 tonight.
No, I think we go straight to it. I think we touched it. I think
All
we
right.
definitely hit it.
All right, cool. Shoot the Breeze topic number 9 is an apple doesn't fall far from its trees. Came with a video prompt as well. Let's check it out.
Entertain.
That's what we are made for.
Yeah, entertain. Well, as they love me, they put me in mainstream. They still didn't put me in mainstream because I'm still not entertaining them how they really like. You know, I'm not shocking and jiving. Me, I'm still coming to talk like I have sense. They say, you're never ready. You've gotten half, but you never get the remaining half. So they continue to bang on the crimes of black people like that's all we're about. Even though statistically we commit the least crime in the world. Statistically, black people commit the least amount of crime, but they still paint us as, and historically also, we have committed, how many world wars have black people started? As violent as they say we are. Black people are so violent and aggressive. Yet it is Europeans that have done 2 world wars. If you hear an athlete, a black athlete, you say, oh, if it wasn't for sports, I'll have been in jail. If it wasn't for sports, I'd have been in a gang. You know, there were so many gangs. I was a way sports saved me. You see a black musician, he's singing about crime all the time anyway. How he kill niggas, how he sell drugs, how he do this. I don't know. If you remember, historically gone in African societies, black people, they used to have people in the market. I mean, in Yoruba markets, there was nobody to watch and nobody will steal. So how can we go from such a society where nobody even steal from where nobody is watching in the market to people that are the biggest criminal in the world? Complaining about traveling, about American crime, I don't think I want to escape from Nigeria. So you want to run away from Nigeria, so you are angry that people are spoiling the place you want to go. They're spoiling your name there before you get there. So it's your chance. So me, I don't want to run away from Nigeria. So I don't really care. I don't give a damn. As Jonathan will say about Nigerian people, I don't give a damn. Your president doesn't give a damn. So me, I don't give a damn about anybody that is arrested in America because I'm not trying to live in America. I'm interested in those people committing crimes in Nigeria. Those crimes that are preventing my daughter from having a safe environment, from going to a free public school that is going to be able to match her ambition, from creating a country that is able to fulfill her dreams and match her potential. You know, not head her into a certain box as they are heading all of us in Nigeria today into service industry by force. So whether you like, go and read all the law. When you finish, you come and sew cloth for me. Whether you like, go and be all the you hear the health minister, he said his own tailor is a doctor. So why are doctors looking for job in hospital? That's the health minister speaking. His own tailor is a doctor. So why are doctors looking for job in hospital? That don't exist. That is not going to be. That you know it's not going to be. This is what imperialism does also, to make sure that the people that are caught in a trap find it difficult to be free. So they go to a place like Korea, where you are one, they divide you. So they go to a place where everybody was one Korea, everybody is a Korean. They go and turn into North and South Korea. You understand? So they come to a place like Nigeria where everybody is different. Then they force you to be one. You understand? This is the act of imperialism. Now, how many people in Nigeria understand how imperialism affects their own existence? How many black people were consulted when Nigeria was going to be created? Many people here slept one day as Yoruba, woke up the next day and they are Nigerians. Nobody knew. Everybody that was Benin slept one day as a Benin man, woke up the next day is Nigeria. So whatever Nigeria is going through, definitely Europeans have a lot to explain. They created it. They have the blueprint. They know what they did it for. So the explanation definitely lies. We are just here trying to make the best of a terrible situation. And not even in the proper way, because they've not left us to even make the best of it. We are still being interfered with. You understand? Not, okay, this mistake has been made. Okay, let's leave these people to try and make the best of it. No, they still interfere. They still come and orchestrate the assassination of our rulers, of our leaders in Africa.
And impose the ones that are manually written.
Of course. I mean, documents have been declassified all over the world that exposes the hand of the CIA and the French Secret Service. The French Secret Service alone has killed 61 African leaders. It's not a coincidence that every African country was democracy was toppled less than 6 years after our independence by the military that we inherited from our colonial masters. Who are our military? Who is a man like Buhari and Obasanjo? What is their mindset? These men were trained to protect white people's interests from black people. The Nigerian army is the offshoot of the West African Frontier Force, the Hausa boys. Mainly consisted of Hausa people. Why? Because the Hausas also are still undergoing imperialism, Arabic imperialism till tomorrow. But we don't care about that here in the South. We just Hausa, northern. Without looking at the political, historical events that have led to the situation that is going on there today. So what would you expect a group of people that were willing to kill us on behalf of Oyibo people to rule us properly? And we'll be under the thumb of these people since the white men left. The Nigerian military was West African Frontier Force, created by the Oyibo people. Because when they came to start stealing our land, we were resisting and fighting them seriously, and they were losing. So they couldn't be losing any more whites. So they started employing black people to create their military here. They call them the West African Frontier Force. And these were black men willing to kill black people on behalf of Western interests. These same people, after we were now able to kick out their Oyibo masters and created democracies all over Africa, in less than 6 years, destroyed all those democracies and rule us till today in every African country.
Ouch. But well stated. Kevin Conway, we'll start with you this time. What are your thoughts after seeing Sean? I think is the pronunciation of his name.
Seun. It's pronounced Seun.
Oh, Seun. Okay, Seun Kuti. Yeah. So, what are your thoughts, Kevin Conway?
Speaking the truth, man, we gotta, as I said on the last prompt, we gotta shed the European mindset and come back to our own, or we're gonna be lost forever. We can't keep going this way. We're going down a path of destruction, and it starts with the youth. Because I forget who just said it. The last prompt also is that once people are set in their ways, there's nothing really you can do to really bring them back. We got to start with the young. But that's all I got to say.
All right, let's hear from Gas them up.
I don't think there's anything to add, man. You know, Shell's a funny guy. I like a lot of what he says. You know, it's the history that we don't touch on. No one wants to go that deep. Everyone wants kind of surface level. So I'm hoping that as the time goes by, we start to realize, you know, I mean, think about that. The West African Frontier Force becomes the Nigerian Army. So again, you know, when I talked to a lot of my African American brothers over here, I say, listen, look, because they said, man, I don't know how y'all let them white folks bring white Jesus, and how y'all let them take your resources. And I tell them all the time, listen, Nigeria, almost all these African, I mean, I just gave the example of Charles Taylor in Liberia. There's no real African leader that's grassroots. Almost all of them have their backing from the West. They're all back from the West. That's why they haven't changed the curriculum, the education system. They haven't done anything to remove themselves from the colonial masters. None of them have. Because they all have investments in the West. They own property. Their kids go to the best schools in London and the US, you know, and parts of Europe. They have 4 or 5 different passports. And so for them, what am I going to go against this great white man? For what? Leave those people. Like the guy said, the president said, I don't give a damn about them Nigerians. You know, the health minister was saying, my tailor is a doctor. He went to medical school. This is the mentality of people that rule Nigeria, that are in power today. You know.
Let's hear from Mr. Untouchable.
No, I think that Seun Kuti he's phenomenal, man. I wish we could have more musicians. Well, we probably do, but they're not free to speak in terms of how this brother is he's unafraid to speak his mind on certain things. But I agree with what he said. He said that Nigeria is trying to make the best of a terrible situation and it's still being interfered with. And that's crazy. I mean, can't improve on something that's already horrible. And he also said that what was interesting. He said that when he opened the French CIA files and things of that nature, they've been responsible for the deaths of 61 African leaders. My goodness, and what a track record! But because they see, it's interesting when they have a particular face in the West in their own respective countries, but the real dirt of these Western countries is what you don't see on television, and you'll never be seen on television. You know what 61 African leaders is? That's a lot of people, man. You know what I mean? But I think the brother is right on point. You know, I heard about him for a long time ago. But he has a brilliant mind, you know. But it's unfortunate that Africa and the Caribbean too, let me add us as well, is in a situation where the guy said one of the ministers, his tailor is a doctor. Could you imagine? The only place I've seen something like that is in Cuba. You know what I mean? Where you have these people who are engineers driving taxi cars, man. It's unbelievable. But needless to say, the brother is right on point, you know.
Let's hear from, well, before we go to Azuli, Athrazer in the chat said, none of this is going to come from the top. If we believe it's going to come from the bottom, we'll be waiting until kingdom come. All of our leaders got theirs by selling their souls. We build it. Azuli, you saw that interview with Seun. Your immediate reaction was like, damn. What you got to add now?
What I'm going to say is that I'm going to say what the thing I take away from this is that Fela did find a woman that used his mentality and taught it to his sons, because Seun Kuti, and they have another son called Femi Kuti. Their sons, they're just like their father. And I'm thinking that maybe some of the other kids are the same way. So I'm saying that to say what D-Web was stating about getting a woman that's gonna pass on your program, just like Gassim said. So I look at this as a positive thing, because whatever he said is the truth. It's a complete L when you look at it. It's like, but I'm looking at it from the point of view that his father is like that, and I listen to him and Femi Kuti, and the music they put out there is the same as their father, and the way they speak is the same as their father. So I guess these brothers, Fela found a couple of women. I don't know if they're the same mother that passed on what he wanted to pass on to his son. So that's a win in itself. That's all. That's what I see.
Okay. I think D-Web stepped out. But yeah, I think this is a case when you listen to the musical product that's Seun and Femi put out. It's directly from their father, and I parallel that family a lot to the Mali family too, right? But yeah, it's clear that he had a spouse or spouses who did well in terms of the stories that they told while Fela was out here pioneering in music, So shout out to her. If anyone doesn't have a last word for this prompt, we'll go to the next Shoot the Breeze prompt, the last one for the night, because that was number 9. So Shoot the Breeze prompt number 10 is Nigeria and Senegal bans their citizens from fighting in the Ukraine. Nigeria and Senegal bans their citizens from fighting in the Ukraine. This came with a link. Like Nigeria, Senegal bans citizens wanting to fight in Ukraine. Nigeria and Senegal have banned their citizens from traveling to Ukraine to fight against the Russians. This comes after hundreds of Nigerians and Senegalese volunteered to fight against the invading Russian army on behalf of Ukraine. The two countries said they are against the use of mercenaries in conflict and warned their citizens against becoming soldiers of fortune. Senegal was the first country to ban its citizens from traveling to Ukraine last week. The country's foreign ministry condemned a Facebook post by the embassy of Ukraine in Dakar, appealing for Senegalese volunteers to join its fight against Russia. In a strongly worded statement, Senegal's foreign minister said, in view of the seriousness of such facts, the ministry officially notified on behalf of the government of the Republic of Senegal a note verbal of protest strongly condemning this practice, which constitutes a flagrant violation of the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, in particular with regard to the obligation to respect the laws and regulations of the receiving state. Consequently, the ministry urged the embassy to immediately withdraw the above-mentioned appeal and cease, without delay, any procedure for enlisting persons of Senegalese or foreign nationality from Senegalese territory. Failing this, the department reserves the right to make any decision that the situation calls for. The ministry would like to point out that the recruitment of volunteers, mercenaries, or foreign fighters on Senegalese territory is illegal and punishable by the penalties provided for by law. On Monday, Nigeria's foreign ministry followed suit. This comes after hundreds of Nigerians allegedly volunteered to fight for Ukraine against the Russians. According to Nigeria's foreign ministry, Ukraine distanced itself from claims that it was demanding a US $1,000 per person from Nigerian volunteers, allegedly to cover visa and flight costs. Nigeria insisted that it is against the use of mercenaries in war. The attention of the federal government of Nigeria has been drawn to an alleged ongoing registration of Nigerian volunteers into the fighting force of Ukraine at the Ukrainian embassy in Abuja. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs contacted the embassy to verify the speculation. The Ukrainian embassy refuted the allegation but confirmed that a number of Nigerians had approached the embassy indicating their willingness to fight on the side of Ukraine in its ongoing conflict with Russia. Furthermore, the embassy clarified that the Ukrainian government is not admitting foreign volunteer fighters and as such disassociated itself from the claim that it is requiring a US $1,000 from each Nigerian volunteer for air ticket and visa. As a responsible member of the international community and consistent with our obligations under international law, Nigeria discourages the use of mercenaries anywhere in the world and will not tolerate the recruitment in Nigeria of Nigerians as mercenaries to fight in Ukraine or anywhere else in the world. The federal government will continue to engage with the Embassy of Ukraine in Nigeria and other relevant authorities to prevent this possibility. Ironically, thousands of Africans trying to flee the Eastern European country have complained about racism at the border. In the past week, reports and footage on social media have shown acts of discrimination and violence against Africans at some of the country's border posts. There are numerous reports of racial abuse occurring on the Ukrainian side of the border. So that's from Nigeria abroad. Nigeria and Senegal bans their citizens from fighting in the Ukraine. D-Web, what say you about this post?
I mean, if you stupid enough to go die for Ukraine, maybe she let him. But didn't hurt. But I don't know if people are aware that Ukraine has this thing called the Azov Battalion, who are avowed Nazis, like real life Nazis. And so that's the thing that's kind of been like killing me about seeing a lot of these black people, worldwide, and particularly advocating for Ukraine in this sense. You've seen the videos of them kicking, black people off buses and trains. They saying Ukraine's first to get out of that. And making them walk to the border where they may or may not even get across the border. You know what I'm saying? So to me, this is just insanity to even have to even declare this. Now, I know they're trying to give money to get people to go over there and do that or whatever. But it's like, is that worth, dying? You know what I'm saying? If you even live to see the money, you know what I'm saying? So to me, this whole thing just reeks of why. Why is this even necessary? It goes back to that colonial mentality. Like, you willing to lie here and die for the people who have, who are actively discriminating against you, who have an active battalion of avowed Nazis. You're willing to go out there and lose your life for that. So I was kind of joking, but I'm kind of serious. Like, hey, didn't hurt, man. If you want to go out there and die for that, by all means, go ahead, do it, man.
Kevin Carre, let's hear from you.
I mean, if they want to go and fight, that's on them. I agree with D-Web. Hey, you want to go over there? The moment you get over there, they're gonna say, hey, what the hell are these black people doing here? Why do we need them? You know, are they spies for Russia? You know, but it is what it is. If they want to fight, they can go fight.
Gas them up. What say you?
It's again, it's that need to be close to whiteness. You know, you gotta understand that stuff is terrible, man. Like you go to Nigeria, like the Nigerians, they had their plan. Literally, they had their visions in their head that when I get to Igbo land, I'm gonna be like some of these people salivate at the mouth at their chance to get close to whiteness. And I liken it to, you know, black people in America just will not let go of the Democratic Party. And I'm not saying be Republican either, but Democrats can, if you ain't black, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black, you know, and they still vote for this guy. So it is that colonial mentality. It is that programming, as Uzuli saying, that programming at an early age. And here you got these I don't even want to insult them, but it just shows you how bad the programming is, that you're willing to leave your country. You haven't volunteered to fight for Nigeria. We got Boko Haram. We have other extremist groups in the north, herdsmen, where people can't go to their farms. You're not volunteering to go do that, but you'd rather volunteer to get peanuts, fly across the water to a land where they're going to put you on the front line. And, you know, in Europe especially, I know that I've seen videos even before this whole Ukraine stuff happened, where if you were black and you were working in the store, they would just come up to you and force you to eat a banana, like 6, 7 white guys. And eat, monkey, eat. You know what I'm saying? They throw bananas at the soccer players on the pitch. You know, all kind of stuff. So it just shows you the sickness that's in the mind. And I agree with the brother, man. Like I've always said, if I was in charge of Nigeria, all of you Nigerians that want to leave, please go. Don't ever come back again. You're banned from coming back. You know what I'm saying? Get out and go be around white daddy or white mammy if that's what you want to be. So I don't know. It's crazy. I don't know how to fix our people with that type of programming.
In the chat, KW7 says, no sane African would volunteer to fight for Ukraine, knowing that it's a safe haven for neo-Nazis. Shaking my damn head. D-Web had to hop off. So we'll say good night to D-Web and much thanks for D-Web coming through. Let's hear from Uzuli at this point. Uzuli, what say you to this?
I mean, what is there to say about something so dumb? But like we said, these people are insane. So people, and this is what we spoke about. This is who we want to build with. These are the Africans, the Pan-Africans. Like, what makes you? They just showed you that they are throwing African people in, but you want to go fight against something that's not technically your business. So I mean, I don't know what to say about that. Like, you're gonna accept money when other black countries have issues in the world. I've never seen them volunteer.
Right.
Have you ever heard an African country say, "Yo, Barbadians, Bahamian, Haitians, Jamaicans are having trouble. Let me go fight for them"? I've never heard that. When the U.S. invaded, what's that country? Grenada or Guyana?
Grenada.
Yeah. Did we have any African volunteers? But now all of a sudden you want to go fight? Like, this is crazy. We can't. There's gonna be a point where our men, like, oh my, this is the same thing. Seun Kuti was talking about. You're joining to fight this, but you'll never. This is embarrassing, man. Like, our men, no wonder the women don't respect y'all. Yeah, yo, I'm not talking about us, but I'm just talking about, look at this. And you're gonna go fight for them? Shit, this is crazy, man. Hey, shout out to the Bow Maker, man. Keep doing your job, bro. This is crazy.
Didn't we see a brother last week, a black dude that was marrying his wife and she was running off to Ukraine?
Yeah. Yep. And he wanted to go and fight. Yeah.
Yeah, they left already.
In this scenario, you know, and y'all could correct me if I'm wrong about this, but sometimes countries, what they do is they hire for, private militaries, like we was talking about executive outcomes. I think the name changed now. And what those like organizations will do is they try to find bodies, mercenaries. You find mercenaries all over the world. And sometimes when you don't have enough people, I would think that they would go to the most desperate people in the world, you know what I mean, to make up the shortfall of the bodies that you don't have. So what's to say these guys go into a poor country, relatively poor country, and promising these people, well, I'll pay you $10,000 in America, 10,000 American dollars to come fight, and if you die, we'll give you up that money to your family. See, I could say this with a full stomach in my belly that I wouldn't do it. But I understand that desperate men will do desperate things. You know what I mean? And some desperate men would take that opportunity and say, well, listen, my family's gonna and these people will promise you anything, they'll promise you the world. You know, like how in the American military, they promise you an education, you know, free education if you join us. But they ain't gonna tell you what is behind that free education. So what's to say that these private militaries are who are mercenaries? They say, well, we need to have more bodies to come fight because we're gonna fight against the Russian government. So they go to poor countries and solicit these kinds of things. They work through middlemen, even Nigerians. They say, well, promise them this, and they know a desperate person is gonna do a desperate thing. So the country, the government said, well, we got to stop this because they taking advantage of people who are desperate. So I don't think that it's just people volunteering to give up their lives outright. You know, like the brother say, no sane person would do that. But if you sweeten that offer, and if you tell a desperate person, well, this is what's gonna happen, I'm gonna help you financially. Some people will take that deal. I mean, you better believe, especially if it's baby crying. You know what I mean? Or his wife ain't eating 4 days. Some people may take that opportunity, you know, and I know these private militaries do shit like that, you know, even if it's just to send people out there to play bullet catcher in your face, you know. So I look at this and I kind of, when I hear the word mercenary, I know the evils that men do, man, and people that do shit like that, you know what I mean. But that's just me.
But brother, I'm gonna push back a little bit. Not that I disagree with you. I totally agree with you in terms of exploiting, you know, people in a disadvantaged position. I mean, we're doing it within the system every day, right? They say, what is it? I just saw a report said 65% of Americans are living check to check, right, and things of that nature. So we're also facing that same exploitation. I saw another post that said part of the reason why they want everybody to get back into the office buildings is because of real estate, because now that people are working at home, these large real estate owners, these building owners, they no longer have, you know, the corporations no longer see a need to rent these offices. But the idea of poverty, I've always said it, man. Like, I was walking through Nigeria, and I always give that example. I was walking through Nigeria, and I said to myself, wait a minute, I don't need that much money to survive here. You know, so for a Nigerian who tells themselves, and there's extreme poverty, I'm not going to say there isn't, but it's not what people are making it seem. What many of them, in my experience, are saying is poverty is basically they're saying they don't have access to excessive, luxurious consumption, and that's what they're describing as poverty. But they have food. Food is very cheap. Housing, yeah, it's expensive because there's not really that much development. But when you step out of the cities, housing is not expensive compared to other places. As a matter of fact, Nigeria, I just saw a report, is not even in the top 10 of um, cost of electricity. So while it's not consistent electricity, there are power outages, but even with the power that they do provide, it's not even that expensive. So when they're talking poverty, I have family members back home. These guys got iPhones and they live better than me. And I tell them, don't call me for any money anymore, man. Because when I come to Nigeria, I live simple. I'm coming from America. I'm supposed to be the one going to the fancy restaurant. You here in Nigeria living in the fancy restaurants, driving and living this excessive lifestyle, and then you call me and say, "Oh, I don't have no money to feed my kid." Too freaking bad. I live a simple life now. I make money. Yes, we got to make money in the system, but any money I make is to take care of my heirs, put something aside, invest. But I'm living simple. Give me a T-shirt and a pair of jeans, and I'm fine with some slippers. And give me my health. I will work and get this money. But many of them don't have that mindset. Many of them want to be Dangote. They're waiting for their turn. Like I think the brother's saying in the chat, they're waiting for their turn to go to Europe so they can, show Europe the African that they're missing. In my opinion, I don't know. What do you guys think?
Althazar in the chat says these guys just wanted to get a free trip to Europe. He then said they weren't for the cause. They just saw the benefit of being in Europe, the money or the citizenship or the opportunities after the war. Razuli, what's your last word on this prompt?
My last word on this is that the only way to protect from people from coming to your freaking country and telling you come fight for them is you have to have a responsible leadership. But how could a leadership be responsible if most of your people are living in poverty? So that's quote unquote. So like Mr. Untouchable said, if they go to a poor country and they offer them like $10,000 and a green card, but your government is supposed to protect you from that. Your government is supposed to be educating you. Why would you go fight another men's war after they won? They might turn around and shit on you. But if they're not doing that, it's just like a father and son. When the recruiter from the college come and recruit your son, you have to be in the middle to keep eye on what he's saying to your son. Because if you're not there, he'll sell your son a dream, and your son is young and impressionable and might jump on the first deal.
Yep.
So I say this to say that in response to Mr. Untouchable, yeah, you're suffering, yeah, supposedly, but you're uneducated because you don't know. What if you knew the whole picture of what that country was doing to your people? Would you still go fight?
No, but see, Erzuli, I agree with you, but that's the thing. They would never tell you the whole picture, just like a recruiter. What they say when you join a military in the States, see the world. Have free education. They don't tell you, well, you might come back from war with one leg, or you may come back from war with a mental issue. They're not gonna tell you that. They're gonna give you the big promise. And the big promise, I'm telling you, will get a lot of brothers them to sign up, especially when they're in hairy situations. It's not to say that some brothers on the ground shouldn't just look at a level of simplicity, because you should look at simplicity, but all of us don't see it that way. And truthfully, some people are in hairy situations all over the world. And if you offer a particular thing to that man, I'm telling you, man, they're gonna take it. It's a reason why brothers them jumping on the boat and trying to take their chance to get into Europe.
Then again, Mr. Untouchable, that's what I'm saying. You don't have your government is a piece of shit government.
Yeah, I agree. They should stand in the middle and they should play big parent and say, well, and maybe that's why the Nigerian government trying to ban it right now. You know what I mean? Maybe they are trying to play big brother, because they see, well, these people are joining up and trying to go fight for the Ukraine. What the hell is going on? But I agree.
But
responsible
the thing
government leaders should stand between. I agree with that.
Again, but Mr. Untouchable, even if they stand, if the people are poor, the people are going to look at you. What? People are going to defy the government and go fight for that $10,000 and the promise of a green card.
Definitely. They definitely can do it. They still can do it. But I just said, but like you were saying, it takes responsible leadership to stand in between.
Yeah.
Do what he can to say what he need to say,
Yeah. So if your government ain't shit, most of the people, like you said, most of the people in the country are just sheeps. So I agree. That's crazy, man. What? Going to fight for? That's crazy. But it is what it is.
KW7 in the chat says the Negro who was willing to fight for Ukraine for his wife was wearing a T-shirt that said BBC Matters, laughing my ass off and shaking my damn head. Kevin Curry, I give you the last word on this one.
Well, I really don't have much to say. I'm like, shit. It is what it is. If they want to go and blow themselves up and get killed by Nazis over there, let them go. Hey, one less of those people in our community.
I got you, man. Yeah, so that's the last topic for tonight. I guess I could ask this as a kind of a bonus question if you guys could spare me a few more minutes. Bobby Wright hit me up on Instagram about this one. Did you guys see where this black guy, the director for Black Panther, he was gaffled up? I guess he seemed to come across like a bank robber or something, and I think it was a black woman who called the police. What did you guys hear of that story? And what were your feelings about what you heard? Let's start with Mr. Untouchable.
At first, when I heard it was someone made a phone call on him, I didn't know it was a black woman who did it. I thought it was a white lady. But when I heard it was a black lady, I'm like, and I heard the actual recording itself, and I'm saying to myself, you feel afraid? It was just a strange situation, but she didn't follow protocol. I don't think that he really wanted to get her fired, but I think that she overreacted. I don't know if she did it because she was just hating or because she generally felt fair. I don't know what was going on in her young mind, but
can you tell us what happened?
No, he went into a bank. He went into a bank, and I think he was trying to take out $12,000. So he filled out the document form, but he on the back of it he wrote that, could you give me this money discreetly, right? And when he gave the teller this, the teller, when she saw it, she kind of like initially when she looked at the back of it, she said she felt fair. So instead of going to her superior to check to see whether this man had money in the account or not, because she kind of called the police. She called the police. Well, she called the operator, and she told the operator, well, I need you to call the police because I feel like I'm not comfortable with the situation because this guy is asking for a particular amount of money, blah blah blah. And then the police showed up at the bank. And he was like, well, what's going on? And she said, well, the police officer said, we heard that a robbery was in progress. So they handcuffed him and they walked him out of the bank to try to verify if what was actually happening. So when they found out, well, this guy is Ryan Coogler, he does have monies on his account. The police apologized to him and the bank said that they resolved the matter. But he is trying to, I think that Mr. Coogler is trying to really have this as a one-off because he really is not trying to get her fired. But her reaction to me, I know we have black people out there who are silly and they look at black men just like how white folks look at black men. Because I'm wondering if that could have been the case. I'm wondering it could have been the case that she was just very young, or I'm wondering if she was just hating the fact that he was a young man trying to get some monies out his own the goddamn account. Goddamn, man. But I'm not sure about what actually happened as far as the bank resolving the matter with him, because he is kind of like kept keeping hush about it and say, well, let's move on. Yeah, let's move on about it. So I don't know.
Kevin Curry, did you hear about this story and what were your thoughts about it? And are those the events that happened?
Well, from what I heard, I really didn't pay much attention to it, but I heard that the Ryan Coogler went into the bank to withdraw some money, and from the photo I saw, she might have taken him for a bank robber because he had a mask on. But Mr. Untouchable was right. She could have, discreetly say, hey, pardon me, Mr. Coogler, let me go speak to my manager. and then it could have been resolved real easy. It could have been easily verified, but she took it a step too far.
Zuli, what say you?
I'm gonna be objective in this one. I'm gonna say Brian Coogler is a dickhead. First of all, why the fuck are you? So you thought you was past that level of getting
recognized?
Put in, like, what's the like? He thought he was a different black man. He was not OJ. He's an OJ. I'm not black. I'm OJ. What, bro? You walk into a freaking bank with a mask on, and this is what he said. He said he wrote it in the back. But this is the thing. They said he didn't put his bank account behind it or whatever. I'm just thinking, Ryan, who does that? But what Mr. Untouchable forgot to say, he told her, give me the 12,000. Could you please go somewhere else and count it? Because I don't want to make it discreet. So he didn't want her to count the money in front of everybody at the bank or something, and told her to go count it over there. I don't know if she was hating, but I'm gonna guess is that you're a black man with a mask on, and your mind is colonized, or her mind is colonized already. First thing she's gonna do, oh, I'm about to make myself proud. I call the cops on you on him, boss. So this is on one thing. On one hand, I think she overreacted, but dude, why are you writing a note? Or why? And again, when you're a big star like that, you don't have to go to the teller. You get special privileges. You can just go. Why didn't she just go ask speak to a manager and say, I want to redo this. Can you do this for me? Why do you go to the teller? People with money don't have to go to the bank teller and be like, let me get 12,000. Go to the manager. Yo, I'm Ryan Coogler. This is my bank account. I want to withdraw 12,000. Why you took all of this? Sorry, go ahead.
The still image I saw, because I didn't read the transcript of events, but the picture I saw, I'm like, dude, you're a black guy, but I think he had some dark shades on, a mask, something kind of over his head, maybe it was a hoodie or something. And you have this thing written on the back saying something with 12,000 bucks or whatever. It looks it's not a smart look.
No, I understand that. That's true. And what Azuli say is true, because I didn't even think about it. Why did he just go to a manager? Shit, he might have get shut off for that. Why not just go to a manager and say, man, listen, my name is so and so. And he could have done that. That's true. But sometimes the brothers don't be thinking, you know what I mean? But I do recognize that, Azuli. That is true. That is true.
And because like when because you think freaking who else? You think Robert De Niro goes to his bank? First of all, you making money, bro. And it's sad to say that money you don't want to treat people different because it's money. No. You're making money. You don't have to be on that line. And 12,000, that's a lot of money. Like, what the fuck? Like, you thought you was better? And again, I don't know. This is why, again, I don't want to believe all these stories could be psyop stories to create emotional response from black people and shit. So I don't know how true that is. But again, look what they told you. Again, the war between the genders. A black woman did that to a black man. Mm-hmm. That's gonna fuel. Like, what you didn't think he could? And again, how you walking with a mask on, bro? Asking for $12,000 writing in the back of a piece of paper.
Yeah.
You could have told the manager that, yo, I'm Ryan Coogler. I want to take $12,000 out, but I don't want to go to the bank. Can you make that happen? Yo, don't they have personal? When you make, I have my boy. He works at the bank industry and the banking system. When you got a lot of money, you get your own special banker, bro. You ain't got to do all that. Yo,
to me, it was a real paranoid move too. It's like it's, you know what I mean? Like I go to the bank often and I take out large denominations of money. And I'll be honest with you, like it wasn't until this story I started to think like, wow, when they counting out that money to give to you, you know, and then and doing the double check counting, like someone could be watching and
Yes,
you know,
Goku. You don't know that? Yes, man. People is going to banks to watch you taking out large
Well,
amounts and
that's
then
in the
follow
Caribbean.
you. Yes,
That's in the-
Goku. Yeah.
that's in the-
In fact, sometimes the tellers even call people.
But that's in the Caribbean. You can't in America. Barely this shit happen. If it happens every now with all these cameras, nigga, you're not getting away with nothing. In the bank, nah, I'm not.
Not in the bank. I'm talking about after you leave, bro. You know what I mean? They follow you.
Yo,
All
first
right.
of all, I saw somebody said that bank. Yo, he was not even. He didn't go to a bank in the hood.
Okay. All right.
He go to a bank where people's making money. Probably Ryan Coogler got the least amount of money in that bank. Who won his little funky $12,000? I might want it because I'm broke, but I wasn't at the bank.
Right.
I'm
Yeah,
just saying that.
it just cries of like this, like ultra paranoia, man.
Yeah, I think she overreacted.
Both of them, I agree with. Both of them, like him. Why and her, bro? They didn't show you a gun. They didn't show you nothing. And the main fact, I think she overreacted. It's been 3 years since people have been wearing masks going to the bank, and nobody got robbed. I would have thought this year and last year would have been the bank robber's dream. I would have been robbing bank like crazy. But these losers, the how much guts they got to rob a bank, they couldn't do it when they. Yo, can you imagine criminals following the law about wearing a mask? That's crazy. Yo, Goku, can you imagine how quick the mandate would have been over if Negroes would have started bribing banks? But this is why I know these men are a bunch of PU. I'm not even going to use the woman genitalia to describe a bunch of losers. That thing would have ended in 2 weeks if Negroes was like, what? Oh, what? Mask? Nigga, we're about to get broke off. I've never seen, during that pandemic, crime went down. Criminals were staying. But back to that, Koku, I don't know, man. I think it's on both. It falls on both sides, but him more because, bro, the onus is on you, bro. You got to be careful out there.
Yep.
How hard is it to go ask the banker, hey, yo, I don't want to go ask for that big amount of money. Can you help me out? How hard is it to do that?
No, I think so too. I just think he wasn't thinking. You know what I mean? He wasn't thinking.
Let's have him gas him up on this one.
Sorry.
No, I mean, you guys are hitting it on the head. I just think, ultimately, for me, I have two thoughts on this. One, like you gentlemen are saying, go to the banker. You should know the bank manager's name if you're that important of a VIP client. They should know you. You should know them. Build a relationship. And the ultimate part for me is that, look, dude, you're a black man in America. You got to accept you're going to be a second-class citizen. It is what it is. I mean, look at a sheriff just got off scot-free with doing whatever. I don't want to touch that. So you're a black man in America. You're a second-class citizen. You kind of got to accept that. But more importantly, I think for me, as I've always said, these black celebrities are not a part of the day-to-day black African-American experience, and we need to forcefully and strongly reject them. Say, hey, listen, not against you, but you're not one of us. You're a part of that institution. You've went in the dragon's mouth. Stay there. We don't want no parts of you. We don't hate you, but stay in the dragon's mouth because you're compromised. You're not going to take the stand that we need you to take when we tell you to do something. But when they tell you to do something, you're going to do what they say. That's one. Then the other question I want to ask the gentleman on the panel, I think everyone's been outside the country. What is your bank experience like when you go to Haiti or you go to the Bahamas or you go to whichever country? Are you treated, now I'm not saying the service may be bad. It may be slow, right? They may be using an old computer. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, are you treated and do you feel the same type of shopping while black occurrence that we experience in America and the UK and in Europe? Do you experience that or do you feel that when you go to your bank in your home country? I just want to know from you guys.
No.
I'm gonna say this. in Haiti, I haven't been back to Haiti to go bank, but and Haiti's a different thing. They're not. It's about being robbed. If you get what I'm saying, it's not this like the treatment of racism or let's look out for because he's black. It's just other. It's like real crime. That's what I would say. Like people who go to banking in Haiti always overlook their shoulder, not for shit like that, but for shit, but actually being robbed by criminals.
Yeah.
So that's the difference. And when I traveled, I didn't really go to the bank because I changed my money from the beginning to get there. So I don't know.
My experience has been, you get treated based on how much money in your account. So if when I was used to be a broke ass nigga, I don't want to say you use that word, but when I used to be broke, the tellers used to look at what I have in the bank, it's like, and they treat me like a regular dirt bag. But when you have money in your account, they start calling you sir. So I think it's really based on the amount of money in your account as opposed to your skin complexion, because all the tellers look just like me. So it's just a different kind of experience for me. But.
Kevin Carey.
Yeah, well, I never really dealt with the bank in my country, so I really don't have a dog in this fight.
All right.
I'm gonna say something.
So Koku, I was gonna ask you. So, do you guys experience, like, even forget about banking, but when you walk into any establishment, because like I said, I'll go shopping here on the East Coast, go to a vegan restaurant, or go get some vegan stuff or plant based, and I don't always get the best reception. They're looking at me like, "Hey man, why are you here? You don't want to eat the fried pork diabetes? Why don't you want to die from heart disease? Why are you here?" I don't get the best treatment. But I will say, as bad as corrupt as Nigeria is, I'm not treated and this is just my experience, I'm not treated a way. I don't have to look over my shoulder, where, like, okay, man, are they gonna possibly call the cops? If I laugh too loud at a video while I'm waiting for the banker, are they gonna, I'm not treated in that manner. So I don't know about you guys' experience. Do you guys go through that experience when you leave the country and you use amenities outside the country?
Well, when I was in Jamaica, I felt at home. There was none of that. What you feeling up here? The moment I got off we left American airspace and into Jamaican airspace, it was all good.
The only time I feel the level of discrimination of what you're talking about, gas them up, is the hotel areas. When you go into the hotel areas, the security guards, people who look like me, have this air of you don't belong here unless you are in a uniform working. So you get that treatment when you go into, because I don't know what it is. They don't want us to interact on a person-to-person basis if you are not working with white tourists. It's terrible. But outside of that experience, I don't really feel this. And the airports too. But besides that experience, I don't really get that as much throughout the Bahamas. But.
I'm gonna say this, like in America, like sometimes I don't pay attention to it. Like if I go to a vegan restaurant here, I don't pay attention to it. It might be there, but I don't pay attention to it. But I've gone to some like grocery stores, like the gentrified grocery store, like the organic grocery store. Like the people are pretending, but you could see them, right? But they got the good food there. So I have to sometimes I have to pretend like I don't see it, but I see it. I give you an example. That I went to this black owned store, right? Yo, the black people are following me, bro. And I said, son, yo, don't you have cameras? He's like, why? I said, why are you sending your workers to follow me? You could look at me in the cameras, bro. So I went to a black owned store. The black person was doing it to me, bro. So, like Professor Henry, we don't have no fucking friends, son. I experience it even with my own people when I go to their own store. That's in America. So I don't know.
All right. Thank you guys for entertaining me with that bonus Shoot the Breeze topic. that's all the topics for tonight. I want to thank you guys on the panel, Erzuli, Kevin Carre, Gas Them Up, Mr. Untouchable. I want to thank D-Web from the Harsh Rally Podcast for hopping on earlier. I want to thank everyone who was in the chat tonight. Arthur, KW Don 7, Daily Affirmations by Pauline, Jonelle, Coach Pete, and others who I might have missed. I apologize. But thank you guys for tuning in. I'll be back this week, Tuesday, and hopefully Thursday as well. And of course, we'll do Shoot the Breeze again next week. Gentlemen, you guys have a good week.
Have the best. I wish everybody in the panel the best of health. See you guys again.
Man. Have a good day, guys. Be safe. Be good.
Respect everyone.
All right, next week. Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Coogler. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.